Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. The house had been abandoned for years. Everything was covered in dust except the chest freezer in the garage, still humming quietly. Inside, plastic-wrapped bundles labeled with names. One label peeled off mid-lift, revealing a name she hadn't heard since high school, her own. Sarah Miller had never planned to return to Millbrook, Ohio. The small town nestled between rolling hills and dense forests held too many memories, most of them unwelcome. But when her mother passed away after a brief illness, Sarah found herself driving down the familiar roads she had fled 15 years earlier, just after her high school graduation. Her mother's modest home needed to be cleared out and prepared for sale. A simple task, Sarah thought, 3 days, 4 at most. Then she could return to her life in Chicago, to her marketing job and her small circle of carefully selected friends who knew nothing about Millbrook or the girl she had once been. The first day went as expected. Sarah sorted through her mother's belongings methodically, separating items into piles: donate, sell, trash. The house was just as she remembered, small but tidy, with faded wallpaper and the lingering scent of her mother's lavender sachets. It wasn't until the second day that Sarah ventured into the garage. Her mother had rarely used it for parking, preferring instead to fill it with boxes of holiday decorations and miscellaneous tools that had belonged to Sarah's father before he left when she was 12. The garage door creaked loudly as Sarah pushed it open, dust particles dancing in the beam of sunlight that cut through the dimness. Cardboard boxes were stacked against the walls, labeled in her mother's neat handwriting. A garden hose coiled like a sleeping snake in one corner, and against the back wall stood a large chest freezer. Sarah frowned. She didn't remember a freezer. Her mother had always used the small freezer compartment in the kitchen refrigerator, complaining about its limited space but never mentioning a separate appliance in the garage. As she approached it, Sarah noticed 2 things simultaneously. A fine layer of dust covered its white surface, suggesting it hadn't been touched in years, and a soft, persistent humming sound indicated it was still running. "That's strange," Sarah murmured to herself, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet garage. Why would her mother keep an unused freezer plugged in for years? The waste of electricity seemed out of character for her frugal parent. Sarah hesitated, her hand hovering over the handle. A sense of unease crept over her, though she couldn't pinpoint why. It was just a freezer, probably empty or containing ancient, freezer-burned food her mother had forgotten about. The seal broke with a soft suction sound as Sarah lifted the lid. Cold air billowed out, carrying a faint, unidentifiable odor that made her step back momentarily. When she looked inside, she saw several bundles wrapped in heavy-duty plastic, each one roughly the size of a shoebox. Each bundle had a piece of masking tape affixed to it with a name written in black marker. Rebecca Thompson, Sarah read aloud from the nearest label. The name stirred a distant memory. Rebecca had been 2 years ahead of Sarah in school, a pretty, popular girl who had disappeared during Sarah's sophomore year. There had been searches, news coverage, rumors of her running away with an older boyfriend. Eventually, the story faded from headlines, becoming just another unresolved mystery in a world full of them. Sarah's hands trembled slightly as she lifted the package. It was heavier than she expected, and as she adjusted her grip, the worn tape loosened, peeling away from the plastic. Beneath it was another label, yellowed with age. Sarah Miller. Her own name, written in unfamiliar handwriting, stared up at her. The package slipped from her suddenly numb fingers, landing back in the freezer with a dull thud. Sarah stumbled backward, her breathing shallow and rapid. Detective Marcus Wilson had worked in the Millbrook Police Department for 22 years. In that time, he had seen the small town transform, not dramatically, but in subtle ways that only a longtime resident would notice. The main street businesses had changed hands, young people continued to leave for bigger cities, and old secrets occasionally bubbled to the surface. When he received the call about Sarah Miller's discovery, he was finishing paperwork on a minor vandalism case. The dispatcher's voice was tense as she relayed that a woman had found something disturbing in her deceased mother's garage freezer. The Miller house was on Oakwood Drive, a quiet street lined with modest homes built in the 1970s. Wilson had known Ellen Miller vaguely, a private woman who worked as a nurse at the local hospital until her retirement 5 years ago. He couldn't recall ever meeting her daughter. Sarah was sitting on the front porch steps when he arrived, her face pale and her eyes focused on something distant. She barely acknowledged his introduction, simply pointing toward the garage when he asked about the freezer. "I didn't touch anything else after I saw the names," she said, her voice flat. "I don't understand my mother. She couldn't have. She was a nurse. She helped people." Wilson nodded sympathetically, though experience had taught him that people were often capable of actions that contradicted their public personas. "I'll take a look. Would you mind waiting here?" The garage was just as Sarah had described. The chest freezer hummed quietly, its lid now closed. Wilson pulled on latex gloves before carefully opening it. The bundles were neatly arranged, each labeled with a name. He recognized several immediately: Rebecca Thompson, Michael Gaines, Lily Chen, all individuals who had been reported missing from Millbrook or surrounding towns over a span of nearly 30 years. And there, on one package partially hidden beneath the others, was the name Sarah Miller. Wilson carefully documented each item, calling for additional officers and a forensic team. The initial examination confirmed what he had feared. The packages contained personal belongings, not human remains as he had initially dreaded. But the items were strange: locks of hair, fingernail clippings, used bandages, extracted teeth. Each collection was meticulously labeled with a name and a date. "It's like some kind of trophy collection," his partner, Detective Rivera, murmured as they catalogued the items. "But why would Ellen Miller collect these? And why is her daughter's name here?" Sarah couldn't provide answers. She sat in the police station interview room, a cup of untouched coffee growing cold before her. "My mother and I weren't close," she explained, her voice steadier now. "After I graduated, I left for college and rarely came back. We talked on the phone occasionally, exchanged Christmas cards. She never mentioned any of these people to me." When shown photographs of the missing persons whose names had been found in the freezer, Sarah recognized only Rebecca Thompson and Michael Gaines. Both had been students at her high school. "Michael was in my class," she said, studying his photograph. "He disappeared during spring break of our senior year. Everyone thought he'd gone to Florida and drowned. His body was never found." As the investigation progressed over the following days, more questions emerged than answers. Ellen Miller's medical records from the hospital where she had worked showed nothing unusual. Colleagues described her as competent, somewhat reserved, but dedicated to her patients. No one could connect her to the missing persons whose names labeled the freezer contents. The most disturbing element remained the package bearing Sarah's name. Unlike the others, it contained only a hospital bracelet from her birth, a baby tooth, and a lock of hair tied with a faded ribbon. Items a mother might sentimentally keep, yet stored alongside what appeared to be trophies from missing persons. Could someone else have had access to the garage? Wilson asked during a follow-up interview. Sarah shook her head. My mother was very private. She kept to herself, especially after my father left. She wouldn't have given anyone a key. A search of Ellen Miller's financial records revealed monthly payments to a storage facility on the outskirts of town, beginning 15 years earlier, around the time Sarah had left for college. Wilson and Rivera found 3 more freezers there, each containing similar packages with dozens of additional names. The case attracted national attention. News vans lined Oakwood Drive, reporters approached Sarah whenever she left the house, and online forums buzzed with theories about the Millbrook freezer nurse. For Sarah, the nightmare deepened when investigators discovered journals hidden in her mother's bedroom closet. Ellen's neat handwriting filled dozens of notebooks detailing her activities over more than 30 years. The entries were clinical, emotionless descriptions of selecting subjects, following them, collecting specimens, and notes about their disappearances. Most chilling were the entries about Sarah, beginning from her childhood and continuing until just weeks before Ellen's death. Her mother had been watching her, even visiting Chicago without Sarah's knowledge. She was planning something for you, Wilson said gently, showing Sarah the final entry from her mother's journal. It seems she was diagnosed with terminal cancer 6 months ago. The last entry indicates she was coming to a decision about you. The entry read, Sarah will return when I'm gone. She'll find them. Perhaps then she'll understand what I've protected her from all these years, what flows in her veins, the legacy she carries. Forensic analysis of the collected items eventually connected Ellen Miller to 17 disappearances spanning from 1976 to 2019. DNA testing confirmed that several of the trophies belonged to the missing individuals, but no bodies were ever found, and Ellen had left no clues to their locations. The house on Oakwood Drive remained empty. Sarah couldn't bring herself to return to it after the investigation concluded. She put it on the market at a drastically reduced price, but no one wanted the home associated with the Millbrook freezer case. Sarah changed her last name and moved to another state, trying to escape both the media attention and the troubling questions that remained. What had her mother meant about what flows in her veins? What legacy was she supposedly carrying? Sometimes in her dreams, Sarah hears the soft, persistent hum of a freezer. And occasionally, when she catches her reflection unexpectedly, she sees something in her own eyes that reminds her of the clinical, detached handwriting in her mother's journals, something cold and calculating that doesn't feel like her at all. In Millbrook, the legend of the freezer nurse grows with each passing year. Some say Ellen Miller was merely collecting evidence of crimes committed by someone else. Others believe she was part of something larger, more organized. The truth remains frozen in time, preserved like the contents of those humming chest freezers, waiting for the day when all will be revealed. And sometimes, on quiet nights, residents of Oakwood Drive claim they can still hear the gentle hum of a freezer coming from the empty house, though all the appliances have long since been removed. But no one ever investigates the sound. In Millbrook, some mysteries are better left undisturbed. Crime, too, it wasn't a reflection. It was a layer, a faint handwritten sentence embedded behind the glass surface. She had to fog it up to read it. They buried her under the wrong name. The mirror came from her late aunt's estate. So did the shovel in the garage. Rebecca Mercer inherited the Victorian house on Oakwood Lane in September of 2018. The property had belonged to her aunt, Eleanor Blackwell, a woman who had lived alone for the past 30 years in the small town of Carrollton, Massachusetts. The inheritance came as a surprise to Rebecca, who had only met her aunt on a handful of occasions throughout her childhood. Family reunions where Eleanor would sit quietly in the corner, observing everyone with those piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets no one dared to ask about. When Rebecca arrived at the house, the air inside felt thick with stillness. Dust particles danced in the streams of light coming through the heavy curtains. Everything was exactly as it had been left. Aunt Eleanor had died peacefully in her sleep, the doctors said. Natural causes. She was 78. Rebecca walked through the rooms slowly, running her fingers along the mahogany furniture, the delicate china figurines, the spines of leather-bound books that filled the shelves in the study. It felt invasive, like reading someone's diary without permission, but it was all hers now. The responsibility of sorting through a life she barely knew anything about. The house was filled with antiques. Eleanor had been a collector, it seemed. Every room contained objects that looked like they belonged in a museum rather than a private residence. In the master bedroom, Rebecca found the mirror, large and ornate with an intricately carved wooden frame stained dark with age. It hung above an equally antique dresser, reflecting the faded floral wallpaper of the room behind her. There was something unsettling about it. The glass had a strange quality, not quite like modern mirrors. It was darker, with a subtle waviness that distorted the reflection ever so slightly. Rebecca found herself drawn to it, studying her own image with an odd fascination. That's when she noticed it wasn't just her reflection that seemed off. There was something else there beneath the surface. She leaned closer, her breath fogging the glass, and that's when the words appeared as if they had been waiting for her. They buried her under the wrong name. Rebecca stepped back, her heart suddenly pounding against her ribs. The message disappeared as the fog faded, leaving only her wide-eyed reflection staring back at her. She leaned forward again, breathing on the glass once more. The words reappeared, not a trick of the light, not her imagination. Someone had written this message behind the glass where it could only be seen under certain conditions. That night, Rebecca couldn't sleep. The words kept repeating in her mind. They buried her under the wrong name. Who was her? Who were they? And why had someone hidden this message inside a mirror that now belonged to her? The next morning, Rebecca began exploring the house more thoroughly. In the garage, she found gardening tools, including a shovel that looked surprisingly new compared to everything else in the house. The wooden handle was smooth, barely weathered. Had her aunt been gardening shortly before her death? Rebecca called the family lawyer who had handled the estate, Martin Kelsey. Mr. Kelsey, did my Aunt Eleanor have any friends in town? Anyone I could talk to about her last few months? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Eleanor was private Rebecca. She kept to herself. The neighbors would see her occasionally tending to her garden or walking to the small grocery store downtown, but she wasn't one for socializing. What about family? Any other relatives I should know about? Another pause, longer this time. There was your cousin Angela, Eleanor's other niece, but she passed away about 15 years ago. Car accident, if I recall correctly. Rebecca frowned. I don't remember having a cousin named Angela. She was from your Uncle Richard's side, Eleanor's brother. They weren't close to your branch of the family. After hanging up, Rebecca went to the local library. The librarian, a woman in her 60s named Martha Gaines, perked up when Rebecca mentioned her aunt. Eleanor Blackwell, oh, I knew her well. We were in the same book club for years until... Until what? Martha's expression clouded. Until her niece died. After that, Eleanor withdrew from everything. Stopped coming to book club, stopped volunteering at the church. It was like she became a different person overnight. You mean Angela, the one who died in a car accident? Martha tilted her head, confusion crossing her features. Car accident? No, dear, Lisa drowned. It was a terrible tragedy. She was only 19. Rebecca felt a cold sensation spread through her chest. Lisa, I was told her name was Angela. No, definitely Lisa. Lisa Blackwell, Eleanor's brother's daughter, such a sweet girl. Always helping her aunt with that big garden in the backyard. After she died, Eleanor let the whole thing grow wild. Couldn't bear to tend to it anymore, I suppose. That evening, Rebecca stood in the overgrown backyard, staring at the tangled mess of what had once been a garden. Weeds had taken over, climbing up the wooden fence and spreading across what might have been flower beds. In the far corner, partially hidden by an old apple tree, was a section that looked different. The ground there seemed uneven, disturbed. Rebecca went to the garage and picked up the shovel with trembling hands. As darkness fell, she began to dig. The soil was surprisingly loose, as if it had been turned over in the not-too-distant past. She dug for nearly an hour before her shovel hit something solid, not rock, fabric. Rebecca called the police immediately. They arrived with flashing lights that illuminated the yard in pulses of blue and red. Detective Sarah Connor took her statement, listening with increasing concern as Rebecca explained about the mirror, the message, the conversation with the librarian, and what she had found in the garden. The forensics team worked through the night. By morning, they had recovered the remains of a young woman wrapped in what appeared to be a quilt. Preliminary examination suggested she had been buried there for approximately 15 years. We'll need to run DNA tests, Detective Connor explained, but based on the timeline and the information you've provided, we believe these may be the remains of your cousin. Lisa, Rebecca whispered. Or Angela, the detective added. That's what we need to determine. Why would there be two different names for the same person? The investigation that followed revealed a story more complex and disturbing than Rebecca could have imagined. Lisa Blackwell had indeed existed. She was Eleanor's niece who had come to live with her after a falling out with her parents, but there was no record of her death by drowning. In fact, there was no death certificate for Lisa Blackwell at all. There was, however, a death certificate for Angela Mercer, a name that appeared to have been created out of thin air. According to official records, Angela Mercer had died in a car accident on Highway 16 15 years ago. Her body had been badly damaged in the crash and subsequent fire, making visual identification impossible. Dental records had been provided confirming her identity, and she had been buried in Carlton Cemetery. But those dental records had been falsified. When the DNA results came back, they confirmed that the remains found in Eleanor's garden belonged to Lisa Blackwell. The cause of death couldn't be determined conclusively due to the state of decomposition, but there were fractures to the skull that suggested blunt force trauma. Further investigation into Eleanor's financial records showed large withdrawals around the time of Lisa's disappearance. money that may have been used to create a false identity and death for Angela Mercer. But why? What had happened in that house 15 years ago? The answer came from an unexpected source. Martha Gaines, the librarian, remembered something else. Alina and Lisa argued sometimes, loudly. The neighbors could hear them. Something about Lisa wanting to leave to go back to her parents, and Alina insisting she couldn't. As detectives dug deeper into Alina's past, they discovered she had been hospitalized twice for mental health issues in her 30s. Diagnoses suggested paranoid tendencies and attachment disorders. She had never married, never had children of her own. The working theory became that Alina, fearing abandonment by the niece she had come to depend on emotionally, had killed Lisa in a moment of rage or desperation. Then, with careful planning, she had created a false identity and staged a death to explain Lisa's disappearance, while burying the real Lisa in her garden. For 15 years, Alina had lived with that secret, and just before her death, in what might have been a moment of remorse or a desire for the truth to finally come out, she had etched that message behind the mirror's glass. They buried her under the wrong name. The case made headlines across Massachusetts. Rebecca found herself at the center of a story she could barely comprehend, a story about family secrets, identity, and a crime hidden in plain sight for over a decade. Lisa Blackwell was finally given a proper burial under her real name. The grave of Angela Mercer was exhumed, revealing nothing but an empty casket filled with weights to simulate a body. As for Rebecca, she couldn't bring herself to live in the house. She sold it eventually, but kept the mirror. It hangs now in her apartment in Boston, a reminder of how well people can hide their darkest secrets and how truth has a way of reflecting back to us when we least expect it. Sometimes, late at night, she finds herself standing before it, breathing softly against the glass, watching for messages that might still be waiting to be revealed. But the only words that ever appear are the ones she already knows by heart. They buried her under the wrong name. And sometimes, in certain lights, she thinks she can see two faces in the reflection instead of one. Crime 3, when she opened the hallway closet, something fell. It was a fingernail. Looking up, she saw deep claw-like scratches etched into the ceiling plaster, straight above the coat rack. Behind the coats, someone had written, "I told you I was here." Catherine Green stood frozen, her breathing shallow as she stared at the message scrawled in what looked like ballpoint pen on the back wall of the closet in her newly purchased home. The house on Maple Street in Oakdale, Minnesota had seemed perfect, a 1940s craftsman with original woodwork, just the right size for a single woman starting over after her divorce. The price had been surprisingly reasonable, something her realtor had attributed to the estate sale circumstances. The previous owner, an elderly widow named Margaret Swenson, had passed away 6 months earlier. According to town gossip, she had lived alone for decades after her husband disappeared in the summer of 1973. The police investigation had gone cold, and no one ever discovered what happened to Thomas Swenson. Most assumed he had abandoned his wife, though Margaret maintained until her death that something terrible had befallen him. Catherine had moved in just 3 weeks ago. The nail she found was small and brittle, yellowed with age. She carefully placed it on the hallway table, unsure what to do next. The message behind the coat seemed freshly written, yet she lived alone and had not had visitors since moving day when her brother helped her with furniture. That night Catherine couldn't sleep. The scratches on the ceiling of the closet resembled desperate attempts to escape, as if someone had been trapped inside, reaching upward with increasingly frantic movements. But that was impossible. The closet was barely 5 feet deep and 7 feet tall. No one could have been imprisoned there without the entire household knowing. In the morning, Catherine called the local police department. Officer Daniel Reeves arrived within the hour, a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a methodical approach. He examined the closet carefully, taking photos of the scratches and the message. "The writing does look recent," he admitted, running a gloved finger along the ink. "No dust settled over it, but these scratches." He looked up. "These could be years old. The discoloration suggests they've been there a long time." "What about the fingernail?" Catherine asked, showing him the brittle yellow crescent. Officer Reeves placed it in an evidence bag. "Hard to say without testing, but this appears quite old as well. Nails become discolored and brittle with time after death." The word death hung in the air between them. "Miss Green, do you know anything about the previous occupants of this house?" Catherine shared what little she knew about Margaret Swenson and her missing husband. "Thomas Swenson," Officer Reeves repeated slowly. "That case was before my time, but I've heard stories. Margaret always insisted someone had taken him, said she heard noises in the house for weeks after he disappeared." Catherine felt a chill despite the warm May morning. "You don't think?" "I don't know what to think yet," he answered honestly. "But I'd like permission to examine this closet more thoroughly, maybe bring in a crime scene technician." 2 days later, Sergeant Amelia Torres from the State Crime Lab arrived with specialized equipment. She sprayed luminol in the closet, revealing faint traces of what could be blood on the ceiling near the scratches. Using a special camera, she documented patterns invisible to the naked eye. "There was definitely a struggle in this space," she concluded, her voice professional but tinged with concern. "The blood spatter pattern is consistent with someone who was." She hesitated, looking at Catherine, potentially in distress while facing upward. Catherine stayed with her brother while the police conducted a more thorough investigation. They removed portions of the closet wall and ceiling, finding more evidence that something violent had occurred there decades ago. In the soil beneath the foundation directly under the closet, they discovered a gold wedding band with the initials TS engraved inside. The case of Thomas Swenson's disappearance was reopened after 51 years. Neighbors who had lived on Maple Street in the 1970s were interviewed again. This time, Judith Miller, now in her 80s, shared something she had kept secret for half a century. "I heard them fighting that night," she told Detective Harris, who had taken over the cold case. "Thomas and Margaret. It was unusual because they were such a quiet couple. Then I heard a heavy thump and silence." "Why didn't you report this back then?" the detective asked. Judith's wrinkled hands trembled in her lap. "The next day, Margaret came to my door. She seemed different, cold. She said Thomas had left her and that people in small towns shouldn't spread rumors unless they wanted trouble themselves. I was scared of her after that. Something in her eyes had changed." The investigation uncovered that Margaret had been treated for severe mental health issues before marrying Thomas. Records from a psychiatric hospital in Milwaukee documented paranoid episodes and violent outbursts, though she had been deemed stable at discharge. Forensic anthropologists examined soil samples from the yard and beneath the house but found no human remains. The fingernail matched Thomas's DNA profile, created from samples provided by his surviving sister in Michigan. The most disturbing discovery came when police removed the entire closet ceiling. Hidden in the small attic space directly above was a makeshift lockbox containing a journal. The final entry, dated July 17, 1973, was written in Thomas Swenson's handwriting. Margaret found my packed suitcase. She knows I plan to leave. She's been standing outside the bedroom door for hours. I hear her whispering that she's prepared something special for me in the hallway closet. She wants to show me how much she loves me. I'm afraid. The journal ended there. Catherine never returned to live in the house on Maple Street. It remained empty, becoming a macabre local landmark. Teenagers would dare each other to peer through the windows at the hallway closet. Some claimed they could hear faint scratching sounds on quiet nights. The case of Thomas Swenson was officially classified as a homicide, though his body was never found. Theories abounded in Oakdale that Margaret had dismembered him and scattered the remains, that she had buried him somewhere in the vast Minnesota wilderness, or that she had disposed of him in one of the many lakes in the region. Margaret's medical records revealed she had been diagnosed with a rare form of porphyria in her later years, which caused her fingernails to become brittle and discolored, exactly like the nail Catherine had found. The writing on the closet wall was analyzed and determined to be less than a month old, written with a pen manufactured in 2024. Margaret Swenson had died alone in Oakdale General Hospital on November 12, 2024. Catherine Green had purchased the house on April 10, 2025. The message behind the coats remained unexplained. Officer Reeves, who had first responded to Catherine's call, sometimes drove past the empty house late at night. Once he swore he saw a silhouette standing in the upstairs window looking down at him, but when he blinked, it was gone. In Oakdale, Minnesota, locals still tell the story of the house on Maple Street, the one with the hallway closet where something terrible happened. They warn newcomers that some secrets refuse to stay hidden, regardless of how much time passes. Some truths claw their way out, one scratch at a time, even from beyond the grave. And sometimes, in old houses with dark histories, the past is never truly past. It continues to whisper, "I told you I was here." Crime 4, she bought it at a flea market, an oil painting of a lake, a cabin, and someone lying face down on the dock. She thought it was just moody, until she recognized the dock and the pose. It matched a photo from an old unsolved murder. It was May of 2018 when Eliza Morley first spotted the painting. She had been wandering through the weekend flea market in Lakeview, Minnesota, a small town where she had recently purchased a summer cabin. The painting wasn't particularly remarkable in its execution, amateur brushstrokes depicting a serene lake at dusk, a small wooden cabin nestled among pine trees, and a weathered dock extending into still waters. What caught Eliza's eye was the small figure on the dock, a person lying face down, one arm dangling over the edge, fingers seemingly touching the water's surface. Something about it spoke to me, Eliza would later tell Detective James Harmon. I thought it was symbolic, like the artist was trying to convey something about solitude or contemplation. She paid $40 for the canvas, which had no signature, just the initials PL in the bottom right corner. The elderly vendor couldn't recall where he'd acquired it, just another item in his rotating collection of estate sale findings. Eliza hung the painting in her study back in Minneapolis, where she worked as a true crime podcast researcher. For months, it remained simply an interesting conversation piece when colleagues visited. Some found it peaceful, others called it melancholy. No one found it particularly disturbing until the day Eliza began researching the Corrine Lawson case. Corrine Lawson had disappeared from her family's lake house in Pine County, just 30 miles from Lakeview, on August 12, 1994. She was 27 years old, recently divorced, and had gone to the family property to clear her head, according to her sister. When Corrine didn't return calls for 3 days, her brother drove to check on her. What he found was her car in the driveway, her phone on the kitchen counter, and signs of a hasty meal abandoned, but no Corrine. The police investigation uncovered no signs of forced entry or struggle. The only unusual element was a neighbor's statement about seeing Corrine on the dock the evening before she was reported missing. She was just lying there, face down, the elderly neighbor had said. I thought she was sunbathing, though it was nearly sunset. I waved, but she didn't move. When Eliza came across this detail in the case files, a chill crept up her spine. She remembered her painting. Walking slowly to her study, she stared at the canvas for several long minutes, comparing it with the crime scene photo now open on her laptop. The similarity was undeniable, not just in the pose of the figure, but in the specific features of the dock. The missing board third from the end, the distinctive L shape, the small rowboat tied to one side. I kept telling myself it had to be a coincidence, Eliza later explained. But the more I looked, the more details matched. The cabin in the painting had the same stone chimney, the same blue shutters as the Lawson family lake house. Eliza contacted Detective Harmon, who had been a junior officer on the original investigation and was now nearing retirement. Initially skeptical, Harmon agreed to view the painting out of courtesy. His reaction upon seeing it validated Eliza's concerns. The painting depicts details that were never released to the public, he said quietly, setting down his coffee mug with a trembling hand. The position of the body, exactly how we believe she was before being moved, and that distinctive red canoe. We never published photos showing the canoe. The investigation into the painting's origins began quietly. The initials PL became the focus, with officers combing through records of everyone interviewed during the original investigation. 3 weeks into this renewed effort, a name surfaced: Peter Landon, a local art teacher who had given lessons at the community center near the Lawson property during the summer of 1994. Landon had been interviewed briefly during the initial investigation, a routine canvassing of all locals and visitors in the area. His statement indicated he had never met Corrine Lawson and had been in Minneapolis the weekend she disappeared, an alibi confirmed by his then-girlfriend. When officers visited Landon at his current residence, an assisted living facility where he was battling early-onset dementia at age 62, they found a man whose memories came and went like lake fog, clear one moment, impenetrable the next. I paint what I remember, he told them, his eyes momentarily sharp before clouding over again. Sometimes I remember things I wasn't supposed to see. In Landon's small room, officers discovered dozens of paintings, landscapes mostly, all depicting the same lake from different angles and in different seasons. None showed the dock or cabin, and none were signed with anything other than his full name. The investigation took another turn when medical records revealed Landon had suffered from dissociative episodes throughout his adult life, stemming from childhood trauma. His ex-girlfriend from 1994 was re-interviewed and admitted that while she had confirmed his alibi, the truth was more complicated. He was with me in Minneapolis on Friday night, but he disappeared all day Saturday, she explained. When he came back late that night, he was wet, muddy, said he'd gone for a walk by the river and fallen. He was different after that weekend, started having nightmares, painting obsessively. I always wondered. Forensic analysis of the painting proved frustrating. The canvas and paints were common brands available in any art supply store. Dating methods could only confirm it was created sometime between 1994 and 2010. Without Landon's reliable testimony, his condition worsening by the week, investigators were left with circumstantial evidence and a haunting image that somehow preserved a moment only the killer should have witnessed. As the investigation continued, another unsettling detail emerged. 3 other paintings by Landon had been sold at various flea markets and garage sales over the years. Detective Harmon assembled a team to locate them, wondering if they might depict other crime scenes, other victims. 2 were recovered, simple landscapes without human figures. The 3rd remained missing. Meanwhile, ground-penetrating radar was used at the Lawson property, focusing on the area around the dock. After 25 years, Corrine Lawson's remains were finally discovered, buried 3 feet deep in the soft earth near the water's edge. The medical examiner confirmed what many had long suspected: blunt force trauma to the back of the skull. Peter Landon died in his sleep before he could be formally charged, taking with him whatever truth he knew about that evening by the lake. His final painting, completed days before his death, showed only water, dark, still water with ripples expanding outward from an unseen disturbance beneath the surface. Eliza Morley donated the painting to the evidence room of the Pine County Sheriff's Department, unable to keep it in her home after learning its significance. She abandoned her summer cabin in Lakeview, telling friends she could no longer enjoy the lake views without thinking of Corrine. The Lawson family finally held a proper funeral, finding some measure of closure in knowing what had happened to Corrine, if not why. Detective Harmon retired the following spring, marking the Lawson case as resolved, though not officially closed. And somewhere, perhaps hanging on a wall in another unsuspecting home, Peter Landon's 3rd painting waits, its significance unknown to its owner, its secrets preserved in amateur brushstrokes, telling a story that someone, somewhere might eventually recognize. Some mysteries find their way to the surface, no matter how deep they're buried. Some secrets reveal themselves in the strangest of ways, even in a painting purchased for $40 on a sunny day at a flea market in a small Minnesota town. Crime 5, after an accident, an X-ray revealed something beneath her shoulder blade, a pattern of letters inked into the muscle. It was her first name spelled backwards, no scar, no memory, just a signature underneath, property of C. Elizabeth Mercer grew up in Oakwood Falls, Vermont, a town where everyone knew everyone, or at least they thought they did. Her childhood home stood at the end of Willow Lane, a white colonial with blue shutters that her father had painted every other summer. Elizabeth was the middle child of 3, sandwiched between an older brother who left for college when she was 12 and a younger sister who seemed to command attention with her mere presence. Friends and family called her Lizzie. Teachers remembered her as quiet but bright. She wasn't the type to raise her hand in class, but when called upon, her answers often revealed a depth of understanding that surprised them. Her high school yearbook listed her as most likely to see the world, though she never ventured far from Vermont after graduation. At 27, Elizabeth worked as a nurse at Oakwood Memorial Hospital. Her routine rarely varied: early mornings at the hospital, evenings spent reading in her small apartment downtown, or having dinner with her parents every Sunday. Elizabeth had few close friends, just coworkers she occasionally joined for happy hour at Larkin's pub, and her childhood friend, Meredith, who had settled in the next town over. She was consistent, Meredith would later tell investigators. That's what made her disappearance so jarring. Lizzie wasn't spontaneous. She didn't just leave without telling anyone. On October 16, 2023, Elizabeth clocked out of her 12-hour shift at 7:15 p.m. Security cameras captured her walking to her car in the hospital parking lot, a silver Honda Civic with a small dent in the passenger door. She placed her bag in the trunk, got into the driver's seat, and pulled out of the lot at 7:23 p.m. Then Elizabeth Mercer vanished. Her absence wasn't noticed until the following morning when she failed to arrive for her 7 a.m. shift. Nancy Whitmore, the charge nurse, tried calling her cell phone 3 times before contacting hospital administration. Elizabeth had never missed a shift without notice in her 5 years of employment. By noon, her parents had filed a missing persons report. "Something's wrong," her mother insisted to Officer Reed at the Oakwood Falls Police Department. She would have called. She always calls if she's going to be late, even 5 minutes late. The investigation began as a routine missing persons case. Officers canvassed Elizabeth's apartment building, interviewed neighbors, co-workers, and family members. Her cell phone records showed no calls after she left work. Her credit cards hadn't been used. Her Honda Civic was nowhere to be found. The first unusual detail emerged 3 days into the investigation when detectives accessed Elizabeth's email. In the weeks before her disappearance, she had exchanged several messages with an account named CObserver19@mail.com. The emails were vague, discussing meeting times and locations with references to our project and the study. The final message, sent the day before she vanished, contained only 4 words: tomorrow, same place, midnight. Detective Laura Simmons, the lead investigator, felt something shift in the case. Initially, we thought she might have had an accident driving home or left voluntarily due to some undisclosed stress, she would later write in her case notes. But those emails suggested something else entirely, a relationship or arrangement she had kept hidden from everyone in her life. The investigation intensified. Officers searched wooded areas along Elizabeth's route home. They tracked down every C in her contact list. They interviewed patients she had cared for, looking for anyone whose name began with that letter. Then 17 days after Elizabeth's disappearance, a hiker discovered her Honda Civic parked at a trailhead in Green Mountain National Forest, 30 miles from Oakwood Falls. The car was locked with Elizabeth's purse still inside. Her keys were missing. No signs of struggle were evident. Search and rescue teams combed the forest for 3 days. On the 4th morning, they found Elizabeth Mercer. She was alive. Elizabeth was discovered unconscious in a small clearing, wearing the same clothes she had on when she disappeared, though they were now soiled and torn. She had sustained a concussion, dehydration, and exposure, but was otherwise physically unharmed. At least that's what emergency responders initially believed. When Elizabeth was admitted to Oakwood Memorial Hospital, the very place where she worked, she had no memory of the 17 days she had been missing. Her last recollection was leaving the hospital parking lot after her shift. Everything else was blank. Memory loss is common with traumatic experiences, Dr. Marcus Chen explained to Elizabeth's family. It may return over time, or it may not. The brain protects itself from trauma by creating these gaps. Elizabeth's recovery seemed straightforward at first. Physical therapy for weakness, counseling for the trauma, and time to heal. But 3 weeks after her return, during a routine follow-up x-ray to check her healing ribs from a fall she had taken in the forest, radiologist Dr. Samantha Weaver noticed something unusual. There appears to be some kind of pattern in the soft tissue beneath her right shoulder blade, Dr. Weaver noted in her report. Not visible on the skin surface. Recommend MRI for further evaluation. The MRI revealed what would transform Elizabeth's case from a mysterious disappearance to something far more disturbing. A tattoo approximately 3 inches long, embedded in the muscle tissue beneath her skin. The tattoo read HTBAZILE, Elizabeth spelled backwards, with a small line underneath it that said property of C. Detective Simmons was called immediately. How is this possible? She asked Dr. Chen. How can someone have a tattoo under the skin with no external scarring? It's unprecedented, Dr. Chen replied. The ink appears to have been injected directly into the muscle tissue through a surgical procedure. Whoever did this had medical training, and Elizabeth would have been fully sedated. When confronted with this discovery, Elizabeth broke down. I don't remember, she repeated, tears streaming down her face. I don't know who C is. I don't remember any of it. Analysis of the tattoo ink revealed it was a specialized formula typically used in medical settings for marking tissues before surgery. This deepened investigators' suspicion that whoever had taken Elizabeth had medical knowledge or access to hospital supplies. Detective Simmons returned to the email account. See Observer 19 at Mail.com. Digital forensics revealed the account had been created using public Wi-Fi at a library in Burlington, 60 miles north of Oakwood Falls. Surveillance footage from the library showed a man in a baseball cap and sunglasses using a computer terminal on the day the account was created. His face was never clearly visible to cameras. Further investigation of Elizabeth's hospital computer login revealed something equally disturbing. Someone had used her credentials to access patient files late at night on 6 occasions in the months before her disappearance. The files accessed all belonged to young women between the ages of 25 and 30, all with similar physical characteristics to Elizabeth. We believe Elizabeth may have been groomed by someone with access to the hospital, Detective Simmons told the task force assembled for the case. Someone who identified her as a target and then manipulated her into a relationship or arrangement that she kept secret. 3 months after Elizabeth's return, police caught a break in the case. A nurse at a hospital in Albany, New York, reported finding a similar tattoo during a routine examination of a patient named Caroline Weber, who had been in a car accident. Like Elizabeth's, the tattoo was beneath the shoulder blade, invisible from the surface. It read ENILORAC, Caroline backwards, with the same signature, property of C. Caroline Weber had no memory of receiving the tattoo. Unlike Elizabeth, she had never gone missing, but she did work as a pharmacy technician at her hospital, and like Elizabeth, she lived alone. As investigators connected the two cases, a disturbing theory emerged. Someone, likely with medical training, was targeting healthcare workers, sedating them, and marking them without their knowledge or consent. In Elizabeth's case, the perpetrator had escalated to abduction. 6 more cases were discovered across the Northeast over the next year, all women in healthcare, all with no memory of receiving the tattoos, all marked as property of C. Elizabeth Mercer never recovered her memories from those 17 days. She left Oakwood Falls, changed her name, and moved to California. The last Detective Simmons heard, she was working in a bookstore, no longer in healthcare. The investigation remains open. Security at hospitals across New England has been heightened. Female healthcare workers are advised to use buddy systems when leaving work after dark. And somewhere perhaps C is still watching, still selecting, still marking what he considers his property. The most disturbing aspect of the case, according to Detective Simmons, isn't just the violation of these women's bodies. It's the calculation behind it, the knowledge that each woman carries a mark she cannot see, placed there by someone she cannot remember, a signature beneath her skin that only an X-ray will reveal. It's about control, Simmons said in her final case notes. The ultimate form of possession. He doesn't need them to know they've been marked, he knows, and for him that's enough. Crime 6, she bought it second-hand thinking it vintage. One drawer wouldn't open. When she finally forced it, she found a stack of drawings, charcoal sketches of her face in different expressions. Each was signed with a name she'd never told anyone, not since the incident. Morgan Thatcher had always been drawn to antique furniture. There was something about the history, the craftsmanship, the stories embedded in the worn wood that newer pieces simply couldn't capture. Her small apartment in Clearwater, Minnesota, was filled with carefully selected treasures from estate sales and second-hand shops. Friends called her place the museum, but Morgan preferred to think of it as a sanctuary. On April 12, 2022, Morgan visited Vintage Finds, a thrift store she frequented on Oak Street. The owner, Harold Pembroke, had set aside a mahogany writing desk that he thought might interest her. It was beautiful, mid-century, with clean lines and brass hardware. The wood was scratched in places, but nothing a little restoration couldn't fix. Most importantly, it would fit perfectly in the nook by her living room window. Previous owner had it for decades, Harold told her as she ran her fingers along the surface. Nice lady from Lakeside, passed away last month, no family to speak of. Morgan paid $220 for the desk and arranged delivery for the following day. When the movers positioned it by the window, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The afternoon sunlight caught the rich reddish-brown of the wood, making it glow like amber. It looked like it had always been meant to sit in that exact spot. The desk had 4 drawers, 2 large ones on either side and 2 smaller ones in the middle. Morgan spent that evening organizing her stationery, pens, and notebooks in the various compartments, but the bottom right drawer refused to budge. She tugged, first gently and then with more force, but it remained firmly shut. There was no keyhole, no obvious locking mechanism, just a drawer that wouldn't open. Probably swollen with humidity, she reasoned, deciding to deal with it later. For 2 weeks, the locked drawer remained a minor curiosity, easily forgotten in the rhythm of daily life. Morgan was busy with her job as a librarian at the Clearwater Public Library, her weekly book club, and occasional dates with Ryan, a history teacher she'd been seeing casually for a few months. Morgan had lived in Clearwater for 6 years, though few people knew much about her life before that. She kept to herself mostly, friendly but private. What neighbors and coworkers didn't know was that Morgan Thatcher hadn't always been Morgan Thatcher. 7 years earlier, she had been Emma Caldwell from Serenity Falls, Pennsylvania, until the night that changed everything. On the evening of May 1st, Morgan decided to tackle the stubborn drawer. Armed with furniture oil, a butter knife, and determination, she set to work. She applied oil along the seams, tapped gently along the sides, and carefully worked the knife around the edges. After nearly an hour of patient effort, she felt something give. With a final tug, the drawer slid open with a low groan. Inside was a stack of papers, drawing paper yellowed with age. Morgan lifted them out carefully, expecting old receipts or forgotten letters. What she found instead made her breath catch in her throat. The top sheet was a charcoal drawing of a woman's face, her face. Not as she looked now, with shoulder-length hair and bangs, but as she had looked years ago when her hair was longer and she didn't have the small scar above her left eyebrow. The likeness was unmistakable, the wide-set eyes, the slight asymmetry to her smile, the small mole near her right ear. With trembling hands, Morgan flipped to the next drawing, another portrait of her, this time laughing, then another, her profile looking contemplative, and another, sleeping. Each drawing was masterfully executed, capturing not just her features but something of her essence, her personality. There were 12 drawings in total, each one signed in the bottom right corner with a flowing script, Emma. Emma, a name she hadn't used in 7 years. A name she had legally changed after the stalking case that had forced her to leave Pennsylvania, to start over where no one knew her. Morgan sank to the floor, drawings scattered around her, heart hammering against her ribs. How was this possible? How could drawings of her, signed with her former name, end up in a desk that belonged to a deceased woman she had never met? The following morning, Morgan called in sick to work. She couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The drawings felt like a violation, a message from a past she'd tried desperately to leave behind. By noon, she'd made a decision. She needed to know more about the desk, about its previous owner. Harold at Vintage Finds was reluctant to share details at first, citing customer privacy. But when Morgan explained that she'd found something concerning in the desk, he relented. The desk came from Patricia Lowenstein's estate, he said. Lived alone in that big Victorian on Maple Drive for 40 years or more. Quiet lady, kept to herself. Can't say I knew her well, though she'd come in now and then to browse. Morgan pressed for more. Had Patricia been an artist? Did she have family, friends? Harold shook his head. As far as he knew, Patricia had no living relatives. She'd been a retired school teacher, not an artist. The estate sale had been handled by a lawyer. That afternoon, Morgan visited the county records office. Patricia Lowenstein, she discovered, had moved to Clearwater in 1975. Before that, there was no record of her in Minnesota. She'd never married, had no children. Her death certificate listed natural causes, heart failure at age 82. On an impulse, Morgan drove to Maple Drive. The Victorian house stood 3 stories tall, painted a faded blue with white trim. A sold sign was planted in the overgrown front yard. She parked across the street, studying the house, wondering what secrets it held. A neighbor, an elderly man walking his dog, noticed her interest. "You knew Patty," he called over. Morgan approached him, introducing herself as someone who'd purchased furniture from Patricia's estate. "Did you know her well?" she asked. 30 years living next door, he said, adjusting his glasses. "Can't say I knew her well, though. Private woman, polite but kept her distance. Always thought there was something sad about her." He paused. "Funny thing, though. Every year on the same date, April 17th, she'd leave town. Never said where she went, but she'd be gone for exactly 1 week, like clockwork." April 17th, the date sent a chill through Morgan. 7 years ago, on April 17th, she had testified against Daniel Mercer, the man who had stalked her for months, the man whose obsession had escalated from love letters to break-ins to death threats, the man who had disappeared the day after sentencing, never to be found. That evening, Morgan spread the drawings across her living room floor. She studied each one carefully, looking for clues. The style was distinctive, confident lines, exceptional attention to detail, especially around the eyes. Something about them seemed familiar, though she couldn't place it. She flipped over each drawing, and on the back of the 9th one she found it, tiny letters pressed so lightly into the paper they were almost invisible. DM. Daniel Mercer. The room seemed to tilt. Morgan steadied herself against the wall, mind racing. How had Patricia Lowenstein come to possess drawings by the man who had tormented her? What was the connection? Over the next week, Morgan dug deeper. She requested old yearbooks from Serenity Falls High School, searching for any link between Patricia and her hometown. She found nothing. She combed through newspaper archives, looking for mentions of Patricia in Pennsylvania. Again, nothing. Then, in an article about Daniel Mercer's disappearance, she noticed a detail she'd missed before. Mercer had been staying with his aunt in the weeks leading up to the trial. The aunt's name wasn't mentioned, but the article noted she was a retired schoolteacher who had moved away from Serenity Falls decades earlier. Morgan's hands were shaking as she dialed Detective Sarah Collins, the officer who had handled her stalking case years ago. After explaining the situation, Morgan asked the question that had been haunting her: was Daniel Mercer's aunt named Patricia? The silence on the other end of the line was answer enough. Patricia Lowenstein, Detective Collins finally confirmed. She testified as a character witness for him, said he was troubled but gentle, that he wouldn't hurt anyone. And after he disappeared, we interviewed her, of course. She claimed no knowledge of his whereabouts. There was no evidence to suggest she was hiding him, so eventually the investigation moved on. That night Morgan couldn't sleep. She kept thinking about Patricia Lowenstein, living just 30 minutes away from her for years. Had the old woman known? Had she recognized the woman her nephew had stalked? Had she been watching Morgan all this time? And most disturbing of all, what had happened to Daniel Mercer? 2 days later, Morgan received a call from Detective Collins. "We're reopening the Mercer case," she said without preamble. "Those drawings you found, they're recent. The paper dates them within the last 5 years, and we've obtained a warrant to search Patricia Lowenstein's property." Morgan listened, numb, as Detective Collins explained that ground-penetrating radar had detected anomalies in Patricia's basement floor, concrete that had been poured more recently than the rest of the foundation. "We think he was there," Collins said softly, "with her all this time." The excavation of Patricia Lowenstein's basement took 3 days. What they found wasn't Daniel Mercer, at least not in the way they expected. No body, no remains. Instead, they discovered a hidden room. Inside, a bed, a desk, art supplies, and hundreds of drawings. Drawings of Emma Caldwell, now known as Morgan Thatcher, at different ages. From her high school yearbook photo, to images clearly taken from social media, to sketches that could only have been made by someone who had observed her in person recently. And there was something else, a journal written in 2 distinct handwritings, detailing 7 years of watching, following, planning. One handwriting belonged to Patricia Lowenstein. The other matched the signature on the drawings, Daniel Mercer. The final entry was dated 2 weeks before Patricia's death. "Aunt P is fading. Soon it will be just me, but I'm ready. I've waited so long. Emma doesn't look the same anymore, but I'd know her anywhere. The desk is ready. My message will reach her, and then finally we'll be together." Morgan Thatcher moved away from Clearwater the following month. She changed her name again, moved to another state. The mahogany desk was taken as evidence, never to be returned. Daniel Mercer was never found. Sometimes in her new home, Morgan awakens in the middle of the night with the certainty that someone is watching her. She tells herself it's just the trauma, the fear that may never fully leave her. She reminds herself that Patricia Lowenstein is dead, that wherever Daniel Mercer is, He doesn't know her new name, her new face. But in her darkest moments, she remembers the drawings in the locked drawer, how they captured her so perfectly despite the changes she'd made to her appearance. And she wonders if somewhere, someone is still drawing her, still watching, still waiting. Still signing his work with a name only she would recognize. Crime 7, it started as a whisper, soft and rhythmic, then it said her name. She recorded it and played it back, but in the recording, the voice asked a question. Do you remember what you did to her? In the small town of Millbrook, Connecticut, Elizabeth Reeves had always been known as a woman of routines. At 42, she lived alone in a modest two-bedroom colonial on Sycamore Lane, a quiet street where most residents had long since memorized each other's comings and goings. Elizabeth's neighbors knew she left for work at precisely 7:30 each morning, briefcase in one hand, travel mug of black coffee in the other. Her silver Honda Accord would back out of the driveway, turn left, and disappear around the corner until 5:45 p.m., when the process would reverse itself with clockwork precision. Elizabeth taught high school English at Millbrook Central, where she had worked for 15 years. Her colleagues described her as pleasant but private, the kind of person who would contribute thoughtfully to staff meetings but rarely attend social gatherings. Students found her fair and organized, if somewhat distant. She had no children of her own, never married, though she had been engaged once in her early 30s to a man who eventually took a job in Seattle. When asked about her personal life, Elizabeth would smile politely and change the subject. What no one knew about Elizabeth was that she had begun hearing things in her house. It started on a Tuesday evening in late October when the Connecticut fall had fully settled in, bringing with it earlier sunsets and the need for the heat to run at night. As she graded papers at her kitchen table, she heard what sounded like paper rustling. She looked up, glanced around, but saw nothing out of place. She returned to her work, attributing the sound to the heating system coming alive for the season. 3 days later, while reading in bed, she heard it again. This time it sounded more like whispering, indistinct but undeniably human. Elizabeth put down her book and listened. The sound seemed to be coming from the air vent near her bedroom ceiling. She stood on a chair and placed her ear closer to the vent. Silence. Just as she was about to step down, convinced she was imagining things, she heard it clearly. Elizabeth. She nearly fell from the chair. The voice was low, almost a whisper, but distinct. A woman's voice. Elizabeth slept on her living room couch that night, telling herself in the morning that she had been half asleep, that the wind through the old ductwork of her 1940s home had played tricks on her tired mind. But the voice returned the following evening. This time Elizabeth was fully awake, preparing dinner, when she heard her name again, followed by what sounded like soft crying. She stood frozen in her kitchen, the knife she had been using to chop onions clutched tightly in her hand. The sound was definitely coming from the vent above her refrigerator. Elizabeth considered calling someone, a friend, her sister in Massachusetts, even the police, but what would she say? That she was hearing voices in her heating system. Instead, she did something that would later become crucial evidence. She took out her phone and opened the voice recorder app. She placed it on top of the refrigerator, directly beneath the vent, and waited. For 20 minutes, nothing happened. Elizabeth almost gave up, feeling foolish. Then, just as she reached for her phone, the whispering began again. This time, it wasn't her name. On the recording, which Detective James Morley would play repeatedly in the months that followed, a woman's voice clearly asked, "Do you remember what you did to her?" Elizabeth played the recording back immediately, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped her phone. She packed an overnight bag and drove straight to the Hampton Inn on the edge of town. The next morning, she called in sick to work, something she had done only twice in 15 years, and contacted a local HVAC company to inspect her heating system. The technician, Ryan Caldwell, found nothing unusual in the ductwork. No signs of animals, no structural issues that might create strange acoustics. He did note in his report that Ms. Reeves seemed unusually anxious during his visit and had asked several times if it was possible for sounds to travel through air vents from other houses. Ryan assured her that in a detached single-family home like hers, that would be impossible. Elizabeth returned home reluctantly that evening. She slept with her bedroom door closed, a chair propped against it, and earplugs in. For 3 days she heard nothing unusual. She began to relax, to convince herself that stress had gotten the better of her. Perhaps it had been the strain of midterm grading or the anniversary of her mother's death, which had passed just weeks before. On the fourth night she woke at 3:17 a.m. to find herself standing in her hallway, though she had no memory of getting out of bed. The voice from the air vent was speaking again, louder now. "I know you remember the lake house, July 1998, Caroline." Elizabeth's legs gave out beneath her. She slid down the wall to the floor, her heart hammering against her ribs. Caroline, a name she hadn't heard spoken aloud in 24 years, a name she had tried desperately to forget. Caroline Winters had been Elizabeth's roommate during her sophomore year at Wesleyan University. They had been unlikely friends, Elizabeth studious and reserved, Caroline vibrant and impulsive. That summer, Caroline's parents had invited Elizabeth to spend 2 weeks at their lake house in New Hampshire. What began as a peaceful vacation ended with Caroline's drowning in what authorities ruled an accident. Elizabeth had been the only witness. According to Elizabeth's statement at the time, she and Caroline had taken the small rowboat out after dinner. They had been drinking wine. The boat capsized. Elizabeth had managed to swim to shore. Caroline had not. Her body was recovered the next morning. The case was closed within weeks. Now sitting on her hallway floor at 3:30 a.m., Elizabeth reached for her phone and dialed 911. "There's someone in my house," she whispered to the dispatcher. "Please hurry." Officers arrived within minutes to find Elizabeth alone, visibly distraught. They searched the house thoroughly, checking closets, under beds, the basement, the attic, and the small backyard. They found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone but Elizabeth had been in the house. Officer Sarah Chen was gentle but direct. "Ma'am, is there someone specific you're afraid of? An ex-partner, perhaps, a colleague?" Elizabeth shook her head. Then, hesitantly, she played the recording for Officer Chen. The officer's expression remained neutral as she listened to the questioning voice from the air vent. "I'd like to take this recording as evidence," Officer Chen said, "and I think it might be good for you to speak with someone." The following morning, Elizabeth was interviewed by Detective James Morley at the Millbrook police station. She recounted the voices, the recording, and after considerable hesitation, the story of Caroline Winters. Detective Morley listened without interruption, his face revealing nothing. "Ms. Reeves," he said finally, "I'm going to be straight with you. We've had your recording analyzed. What we're hearing is your own voice." Elizabeth stared at him. "That's impossible. I was standing across the room when I made that recording." "Voice analysis doesn't lie," Morley continued. "We believe you may be experiencing a condition called automatic auditory verbal hallucinations. Essentially, you're speaking without being consciously aware of it." Elizabeth shook her head vehemently. "No, that's not what's happening." Detective Morley's expression softened slightly. "I've taken the liberty of looking into the Caroline Winters case. There were inconsistencies in your statement that were never fully resolved. Elizabeth's hands began to tremble. What are you saying? I'm saying that sometimes our minds find ways to process guilt that we aren't prepared to face consciously. What unfolded over the next 3 weeks transformed the quiet town of Millbrook. Elizabeth was placed on administrative leave from her teaching position. Her home became the focus of a renewed investigation into the decades-old drowning of Caroline Winters. Investigators discovered that Elizabeth had been prescribed medication for anxiety and insomnia shortly after Caroline's death, though she had told Millbrook Central during her hiring that she had no history of mental health issues. They found journals in her attic dating back to her college years, in which she described complex feelings of jealousy toward Caroline, particularly regarding a young man named David whom they had both been interested in. Most damning was the testimony of Caroline's younger brother, now a surgeon in Boston, who came forward after hearing about the new investigation. He recalled overhearing an argument between Elizabeth and Caroline the night before the drowning. Caroline had allegedly told Elizabeth that she was tired of competing and planned to move out of their shared apartment when they returned to school. As the evidence mounted, Elizabeth's behavior became increasingly erratic. Neighbors reported seeing her standing in her yard at odd hours, apparently speaking to herself. She missed scheduled appointments with both her attorney and the psychiatrist appointed by the court. And then, precisely 1 month after first reporting the voice in her air vent, Elizabeth Reeves disappeared. Her car was found 2 days later, parked near the boat launch at Hadley Lake, 80 miles from Millbrook. A note on the passenger seat read simply, "She's been waiting for me all these years." Despite an extensive search of the lake and surrounding woods, Elizabeth was never found. The Caroline Winters case was officially reopened, though without Elizabeth's testimony, no definitive conclusions could be reached about what truly happened that summer night in 1998. In Millbrook, Elizabeth's house remained vacant for years, a silent testament to the secrets it had held. Some claimed that on particularly quiet nights, if you stood on the sidewalk beneath her bedroom window, you could hear the faint sound of whispering coming from inside, a woman's voice asking a question that would never be answered. Detective James Morley, who retired 3 years after Elizabeth's disappearance, kept the case file in his home office. He would occasionally take out the original recording and listen to that haunting question, "Do you remember what you did to her?" Sometimes in the stillness of his own home, he could swear he heard a response, the barest whisper of a woman's voice saying, "I remember now. I remember everything." Crime 8, it had been painted over, locked tight. When they stripped the layers, they found grooves carved into the wood, fingernail deep and frantic. Above the handle, someone had etched, "I begged." The old Victorian home at 427 Mulberry Lane had been a fixture in Clearfield, Pennsylvania since 1892. 3 stories of weathered brick and ornate woodwork, with a turret that rose above the surrounding maple trees like a watchful eye. Local realtor Sarah Matheson had listed it 3 times in 5 years. It never stayed sold for long. On a crisp October morning in 2017, as the maple leaves turned crimson outside, Sarah led the Donovan family through the home's spacious rooms. Marcus and Elaine Donovan had relocated from Cincinnati for Marcus's new position at the regional hospital. Their 2 teenage daughters trailed behind, whispering about which bedrooms they'd claim. The house was perfect for them, spacious, historic, and priced well below market value. Sarah didn't volunteer why. "We'll take it," Marcus said before they'd even seen the basement. Sarah hesitated. There's still the lower level to see. Is there something wrong with it? Elaine asked. No, no, Sarah replied too quickly. It's just unfinished in parts. Down narrow wooden stairs, Sarah flipped a switch that illuminated a partially renovated basement. Half had been converted to a rec room with wood paneling from the 1970s. The other half remained rough stone foundation and exposed beams. Between these sections stood a door, solid oak and painted white. What's in there? Marcus asked, walking toward it. Storage, Sarah said. The previous owners kept it locked. When she handed over the keys a month later, Sarah passed Marcus a small brass case separate from the others. For the basement door, she said, previous owners never used it much. The Donovans settled into their new home and community. Marcus threw himself into his role as head of radiology. Elaine found work teaching at the local high school. Their daughters, Lily and Emma, adjusted to their new school. For 6 months, no one gave much thought to the locked basement door. Until Emma began sleepwalking. It started in April. Elaine found their younger daughter, 13-year-old Emma, standing motionless at the basement stairs one night, her hand on the railing, eyes open but unseeing. Honey, Elaine whispered, touching her daughter's shoulder. Emma blinked slowly. Someone's crying, she said before Elaine guided her back to bed. The incident repeated weekly, then nightly. Always Emma would be found on or near the basement stairs, sometimes mumbling about sounds, scratching, tapping, quiet sobs. Child psychologist Dr. Harriet Weiss suggested it might be stress from the move manifesting in parasomnia. Children process change differently, she told Marcus and Elaine during a June consultation. The basement might represent something unresolved in Emma's mind. But the sleepwalking worsened. Twice Elaine found Emma with her ear pressed against the basement door, whispering, "I hear you." The family dynamic strained. Marcus worked longer hours, avoiding the growing tension at home. Lily, 16 and withdrawn, spent more time at friends' houses. Elaine began researching the house's history between grading papers and caring for Emma. At the Clearfield Historical Society, tucked in the back of the local library, Elaine found property records dating back to the home's construction. The Victorian had been built by lumber baron Edmund Crawford for his wife and 3 children. Crawford's wife, Clara, had suffered from what documents delicately called nervous spells. In 1897, she disappeared. The official record stated she had been committed to an asylum in Philadelphia, where she later died. The house changed hands 12 times in the following century, unusually frequent for such a substantial property. In July, during a particularly violent thunderstorm, the power went out across Clearfield. Marcus was working overnight at the hospital. Lily was at a sleepover. Elaine woke at 3:17 a.m. to Emma's screams. She found her daughter clawing at the basement door. Emma, stop!" Elaine pulled her away, noticing with horror that her daughter's fingernails were torn and bleeding. "She needs help," Emma sobbed, still half asleep. "She's been in there so long." The next morning, Elaine called Dr. Weiss while Emma slept, exhausted from the night's events. The psychologist suggested medication might be necessary if the episodes continued to escalate. After hanging up, Elaine stood before the basement door, studying it in the morning light filtering through narrow ground-level windows. She ran her fingers over the white paint, feeling inexplicable uneven textures beneath. Something about the door had always bothered her. Its solidity seemed excessive for a simple storage room, its location odd between the finished and unfinished sections of the basement. On impulse, she retrieved the brass key from the kitchen drawer where they kept miscellaneous items. The lock turned with difficulty, as if rarely used. The door swung open on protesting hinges. Inside was a small room, perhaps 8 by 10 feet, empty except for shelves built into one wall. The air felt stagnant, colder than the rest of the basement. Elaine stepped inside, phone flashlight illuminating peeling wallpaper, once a delicate floral pattern, now yellowed and decaying. She was about to leave when her light caught something on the inside of the door. The white paint had concealed it, but there it was, scores of scratch marks near the bottom of the door, dozens of them, some deep enough to gouge the wood, and higher up, barely visible through layers of paint, something had been carved into the wood. Elaine scraped at the paint with her fingernail, revealing 2 words. "I begged." Elaine backed out of the room, slamming the door shut. Her hands trembled as she turned the key. That afternoon she returned to the Historical Society. The elderly volunteer, Meredith, recognized her from her previous visit. "Find what you were looking for about your house?" Meredith asked. "Not exactly," Elaine replied. "I'm interested in Clara Crawford, the wife of the original owner." Meredith's smile faded slightly. Sad story, that one. "The record said she was committed to an asylum." "That's the official version," Meredith said, lowering her voice though they were alone in the archive room. "Local stories say otherwise." According to Meredith, Clara Crawford had indeed suffered episodes, likely what modern medicine would diagnose as bipolar disorder. But Edmund Crawford, concerned about social standing and unwilling to acknowledge his wife's condition publicly, had created a solution within their home. "The rumor," Meredith said, pulling out a folder of newspaper clippings, was that he kept her locked in a room in the house during her episodes, told people she was visiting relatives. Elaine felt cold despite the summer heat. After she disappeared, their housekeeper reported hearing noises in the house for weeks. The police investigated but found nothing. Edmund said his wife had been transferred to Philadelphia. Meredith slid a yellowed newspaper across the table. The headline read, "CRAWFORD Housekeeper Makes Wild CLAIMS Dismissed." The article quoted the housekeeper, Ida Jenkins. "I heard scratching from behind the locked door. I told Mr. Crawford someone was in there, but he said it was rats in the walls." Elaine drove home in a daze, pieces fitting together like a macabre puzzle. The scratch marks, Emma's sleepwalking, the words carved in the door. When she arrived home, Detective Michael Sorensen's police cruiser was parked in their driveway. Marcus had come home early. They were waiting in the kitchen, Marcus's face ashen. "Mrs. Donovan," Detective Sorensen said, "we'd like to ask about some concerns your daughter's teacher has reported." Emma's English teacher had become worried about disturbing themes in her creative writing assignments. Stories about a woman trapped in a small room, begging to be freed. When asked about the inspiration for these stories, Emma had said matter-of-factly, "The woman in our basement tells me about it at night." The detective, clearly uncomfortable, explained they were obligated to follow up on such reports. "We'd like permission to look around your home," he said. "Standard procedure." Marcus, bewildered by the suggestion of impropriety, immediately agreed. Elaine felt simultaneously relieved that the situation might finally be addressed and terrified of what they might find. Detective Sorensen and his partner conducted a thorough search, ending in the basement. When they reached the white door, Elaine handed them the key without a word. Inside the small room, the detective's flashlight revealed what Elaine had seen earlier and more. When he directed the beam at the floor, they noticed that one section of the aged wooden planks was slightly discolored. "How long have you owned this house?" Sorensen asked. 9 months, Marcus answered. "What is this about?" Instead of answering, the detective radioed for a forensic team. The investigation lasted 2 weeks. The Donovans stayed with Elaine's sister in Pittsburgh while crews in white protective suits worked in their basement. When Detective Sorensen finally called them in for a meeting, his face was grave. "We found human remains," he said simply. "Female, adult. They had been there a very long time." DNA testing would later confirm what Elaine already suspected. The remains belonged to Clara Crawford. She had never left the house on Mulberry Lane. The small room had been her prison during what her husband called her episodes, and ultimately it became her tomb. The medical examiner estimated she had survived in the locked room for weeks before succumbing to dehydration or starvation. In her final days, she had scratched desperately at the door with her fingernails, and when hope faded, she had used something, perhaps a hairpin, to carve those final words into the wood. "I begged." The Donovans never returned to the house. They sold it at a loss, with full disclosure of its grim history. Emma's sleepwalking stopped the night they left the Victorian on Mulberry Lane. The house stands empty now. Occasionally, passing teenagers claim to hear scratching from inside. Most dismiss it as branches against windows or small animals in the walls. But sometimes, late at night when the wind is still, people walking by swear they can hear a woman weeping. And if you listen closely enough, some say, you can make out 2 words repeated over and over. "I begged." Crime 9, the small town of Oak Ridge, Oregon, had always maintained a close-knit community sensibility, even as the lumber industry that once sustained it had faded. Among its 3,200 residents, Eleanor Simmons was known as the sweet-natured librarian who had lived in the same colonial-style house on Maple Street for nearly 4 decades. At 78, her snow-white hair was always neatly pinned, and her voice carried the gentle lilt of someone who had spent a lifetime reading stories to children. When Eleanor passed away quietly in her sleep in November of 2018, the community mourned. Her only living relative, a granddaughter named Meredith Carter, arrived from Portland to handle the estate. Meredith, a 32-year-old graphic designer with her grandmother's gentle eyes but none of her patience, had visited Oak Ridge only sporadically throughout her adult life. The old house on Maple Street felt both familiar and foreign as she began the melancholy task of sorting through a lifetime of possessions. "I expected to be in and out in a weekend," Meredith later told Detective Sarah Holloway. "Just box everything up for donation and be done with it." But the process moved slowly. Each drawer revealed new layers of her grandmother's life, handwritten recipes, faded photographs, carefully preserved newspaper clippings. Eleanor had been a meticulous organizer, with labeled boxes stacked in neat rows in the attic, the basement, and every closet in between. On the 3rd day, while clearing the attic, Meredith discovered a cedar chest tucked beneath the eaves. Unlike the other containers, this one bore no label. The brass lock snapped open easily when she turned the small key she found taped to its underside. Inside lay several handmade dolls, their cloth bodies yellowed with age, their button eyes staring upward with vacant expressions. Meredith remembered playing with similar dolls during childhood visits, but couldn't recall these specific ones. She lifted each one, examining the intricate stitching. Her grandmother had been skilled with a needle when she noticed something unusual about the doll at the bottom of the chest. It was heavier than the others, its body stuffed with something dense. The doll's fabric felt slightly warmer than the surrounding air, which Meredith initially attributed to the insulation of the chest. But as she held it in her hands, a sensation caused her to freeze. Beneath her fingertips, she felt what seemed like a faint, rhythmic thumping. At first, I thought it was my own pulse in my fingertips, Meredith would later explain. But it wasn't in sync with my heartbeat, it was slower, steadier. Disturbed, she placed the doll on the floor and stared at it for several minutes. The rational part of her mind suggested a mechanical component, perhaps an old wind-up toy mechanism her grandmother had repurposed. Yet Alina had never shown interest in such crafts. With trembling hands, Meredith found a pair of scissors in her grandmother's sewing kit and carefully cut along the back seam of the doll. The stitches, she noticed, were newer than those on the doll's face and limbs, perhaps redone at some point. As the seam opened, she discovered something wrapped in what appeared to be gauze bandaging, yellowed with age but preserved inside the fabric shell. The bundle was warm to the touch. Unwrapping it slowly, layer by layer, Meredith uncovered a small gold locket. Inside the locket was a single human tooth, small, possibly a child's. She dropped everything, backing away from the doll as if it might suddenly animate. Within an hour, the Oak Ridge Police Department had been contacted, and Officer James Brennan arrived at the house on Maple Street. By nightfall, the attic had been cordoned off with police tape, and Detective Sarah Holloway had been called in from Eugene. "We thought it might be related to a cold case," Holloway explained during a press conference months later. The preservation method was unusual, ritualistic even. That's not something we typically see in this area. The investigation into Alina Simmons's life began to reveal inconsistencies that her neighbors and even family members had never noticed. Employment records showed gaps that couldn't be accounted for. Her late husband, Arthur, who had supposedly worked as an insurance adjuster, had limited documentation of his career. Most puzzling was the discovery that Alina had maintained a post office box in the neighboring town of Westfield for over 30 years, a fact Meredith had never known. The tooth was sent to a forensic odontologist who determined it belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. DNA testing was ordered, but the results would take weeks. Meanwhile, Detective Holloway focused on the 5 remaining dolls from the cedar chest. Each was carefully examined, cut open, and catalogued. 3 contained nothing unusual, just cotton stuffing and small beans for weight, but 2 others held similar wrapped bundles. One contained a lock of dark brown hair tied with faded blue ribbon. The other held a small finger bone. A search of missing persons cases from the region spanning 40 years yielded 7 possible matches for children who had disappeared within a 100-mile radius of Oak Ridge. 2 cases stood out: 8-year-old Timothy Reynolds, who vanished while walking home from school in 1979, and 7-year-old Jessica Walsh, who disappeared from a playground in Eugene in 1983. Neither case had ever been solved. As news of the investigation spread, neighbors expressed disbelief. Alina Simmons had been a fixture at community events, the woman who organized the summer reading program at the library, who baked cookies for the annual Christmas pageant. Several came forward with stories of her kindness, how she'd helped care for their children, how she'd been the first to offer support during difficult times. "That's what made this case so unsettling," said Detective Holloway. "Everyone had the same reaction, not a leaner. But evidence doesn't lie, even when it contradicts everything we believe about a person." The investigation took an unexpected turn when police located Marion Faulkner, a woman in her 70s who had worked with a leaner at the library in the early 1980s. Marion revealed that a leaner had suffered multiple miscarriages before adopting her only child, Meredith's mother, Catherine. "She was desperate for a child," Marion recalled. "There was a darkness in her during those years. She would sometimes talk about children as if they were collectibles, things that could be acquired if you knew the right people, paid the right price." Catherine Simmons Carter had died in a car accident when Meredith was 16, taking any knowledge she might have had about her own origins to the grave. When the DNA results finally came back, they offered no matches to any cases in the national database. The tooth, the hair, and the bone remained unidentified, silent witnesses to events that had transpired decades earlier. The investigation stalled. While the evidence suggested disturbing possibilities, there was nothing concrete to connect Alina Simmons to any known crime. The dolls and their contents were catalogued as evidence. The case file remained open but inactive, and Meredith was eventually allowed to sell the house on Maple Street. She never returned to Oak Ridge. 2 years later, during renovations to the basement of the old Simmons house, the new owners discovered a sealed compartment behind a false wall. Inside were dozens of children's items, small shoes, faded hair ribbons, toy cars, each carefully labeled with initials and dates spanning from 1975 to 1992. The investigation was reopened, but Alina Simmons had taken her secrets to the grave. The soft-spoken librarian who had spent decades reading bedtime stories to the children of Oak Ridge had left behind a legacy of whispers, suspicions, and unanswered questions. In the evidence room of the Lane County Sheriff's Department, the doll with the heartbeat remains in storage, its rhythm long since stilled, but the mystery it contains still very much alive. Some residents of Oak Ridge claim that on quiet nights, if you stand outside the house on Maple Street, you can hear the faint sound of children laughing. Others insist it's just the wind in the trees, carrying echoes of a past that the town would rather forget. The truth, like the contents of Alina's dolls, remains wrapped in layers that may never be fully unraveled. Story 10. In the heart of the city stood a quaint coffee shop, a sanctuary for those seeking solace in the warmth of a cup and the quiet hum of brewing machines. For one man, this place had become his sanctuary, his haven of routine and anonymity. Each day he would slip into the same corner, order his black coffee, and retreat into the comforting embrace of silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all who frequented the shop. Then one fateful day, the man failed to appear. Concerned whispers fluttered among the regulars until the authorities were summoned. A wallet, abandoned on his usual seat, became the only trace of his presence. Inside lay a driver's license with a vacant space where a name should have been a haunting absence that echoed the enigma of his sudden disappearance. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her fingertips tracing the cold metal of the table as she scrutinized the cryptic security footage. The man, dubbed John Doe in the investigative records, seemed ordinary in every frame, a ghostly figure with unassuming features, wrapped in a navy coat and carrying a weathered messenger bag. but his vanishing act defied all logic, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that whispered of the inexplicable. "Play it again," Mercer instructed the tech specialist, her voice a mere whisper in the shadowy room. The footage replayed the mundane sequence of events: John's entrance during the bustling morning rush, his customary order, and his retreat to the secluded corner where he sat, pen in hand, lost in silent contemplation. And then the pivotal moment arrived. He rose, left his wallet on the table, and ventured towards the restroom, never to return. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling revelation emerged: the man had never entered the restroom, nor had he exited through any door. It was as though he had dissolved into the ether, leaving behind a haunting void in his wake. Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the remnants of the wallet, each item a puzzle piece in the enigmatic mosaic of John Doe's existence. Blank spaces mocked her search for identity, while the credit cards led to phantom accounts that defied verification. Among the fragments lay a lone business card, its surface as barren as the void that surrounded the man's identity, a faint echo of a presence that defied definition. The barista, a silent witness to the man's daily rituals, offered scant clues to his enigma. He spoke in whispers, as if guarding secrets, she murmured, her gaze distant with recollection. Always alone, lost in his scribblings. The notebook, a cryptic tome of encoded musings, held Mercer captive in its veiled secrets. Line after line of inscrutable symbols danced across its pages, a language of shadows that defied decryption. Architectural sketches of ethereal buildings adorned its confines, structures that defied reality and whispered of realms beyond mortal ken. The mirror, an antique sentinel that hung between worlds, beckoned Mercer with its ornate glyphs, a gateway to the unknown that mirrored the mysteries of John Doe's vanishing act. Its glass held a subtle distortion, a shimmering veil that hinted at realms unseen. As she probed deeper, Mercer discovered a hidden chamber behind the mirror, a clandestine alcove housing a trove of identical wallets, each a mirror image of the man who had slipped through the cracks of reality. A journal, its pages a chronicle of temporal aberrations and identity transference, bore witness to a mind adrift in the currents of parallel worlds. The experiment must end. They're getting closer. The window is closing, the final entry whispered, a plea from a soul on the precipice of oblivion. With each revelation, the boundaries of reality blurred and strange occurrences plagued the vicinity of the coffee shop. Reflections danced in defiance of their creators, and whispers of John Doe's spectral presence haunted the shadows. A chance encounter with an elderly physicist unraveled the tapestry of mystery, revealing a tale of quantum mirrors and parallel realities that cast a pall of disbelief over Mercer's understanding. Daniel Weston, the man who never was, had traversed the threshold between worlds, his existence a fragile thread in the tapestry of creation. As the investigation spiraled towards its climax, Mercer glimpsed the impossible in the shattered remains of the mirror, a fractured reality where two versions of the same man coexisted, a testament to the fragility of existence. And with a final note etched in the fading light of a vanishing dream, John Doe Daniel Weston bid farewell to a world that could not contain him, a specter of mystery lost to the winds of time. The case of the man who slipped through the cracks of reality remains a haunting enigma, a tale whispered in hushed tones among those who remember the coffee shop and its spectral patron. Daniel Weston's legacy lingers in the shadows, a phantom of the past that defies explanation. And Detective Mercer, her gaze haunted by the echoes of a world unseen, lingers on the threshold of understanding, her pen poised to inscribe the mysteries that elude mortal comprehension. Story 11. The tale of the new homeowners and the mysterious intercom system was more than just a quirk in the night. It began with Daniel and Meredith Parker, who found themselves in possession of a Victorian manor that seemed to hold secrets within its walls. The crackling intercom system, a relic of the past, sparked their curiosity. Late at night, when the world was quiet, the static would come alive, whispering secrets long forgotten. One fateful evening, as the husband pressed the button out of sheer curiosity, a haunting whisper crackled through the speaker, chilling him to the core. "Why did you come back?" the voice murmured, sending shivers down his spine. His wife, who stood behind him, denied ever uttering those words, her eyes wide with disbelief. The old manor, nestled among ancient oak trees, exuded an air of mystery, its exterior weathered by time while its interior boasted modern renovations. The Parkers had been drawn to the property by its historical charm, unaware of the darkness that lurked within. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the scene, her unmarked vehicle crunching gravel as she approached the grand estate. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken tension in the air that hinted at something far more sinister. Daniel, with a ghostly pallor, recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, leading the detective through the dimly lit foyer. In the living room, Meredith clutched a steaming mug, her hands trembling as she revealed a startling discovery. Hidden behind a wall during a renovation project, they had uncovered a leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina, the previous owner of the manor. Her elegant yet frantic handwriting detailed suspicions of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The investigation unveiled a dark past, linking the skeletal remains found beneath the garden shed to the long-forgotten Alina Blackwood. Vincent, the estranged husband, had deceived the world with his elaborate ruse of Alina's departure, all while living in the shadow of his heinous crime. Vincent's confession sent chills down the detective's spine, his calm demeanor belying the horrors he had committed. The truth emerged, painting a chilling portrait of a man consumed by silence and secrets, driven to unspeakable acts to quiet the voice that haunted him through the crackling intercom. As justice finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, the house itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its dark secrets laid bare for all to see. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's history, bid farewell to the home, leaving behind a garden that now held a solemn memorial for Alina. The intercom system, a conduit for the voices of the past, was removed by the new owners, its whispers fading into the echoes of time. Detective Reeves, in her quiet moments, would pass by the property, listening for the faint remnants of Alina's voice carried on the wind, a reminder of the house that answered back in the stillness of the night. Story 12. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet as the family unraveled the worn carpet, a hidden door emerged, its handle rusted and weighty. It took a collective effort to pry it ajar. A gust of stale air, heavy with the aroma of moist soil, welcomed them. Descending steps disappeared into darkness. Expecting a storage space, they instead encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them. Images captured within the confines of their own home. The Mercers had settled into the suburban dwelling during the somber winter months, when shadows crept early and the skeletal trees outside stood stark against the frigid sky. The aged two-story house, with its weathered exterior and echoing floors, exuded a charm they had convinced themselves to embrace, a charm laced with history. Little did they foresee the depth of history sequestered within the walls, or the violent intersection it would make with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene alongside her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their very living room floor. "We must document everything before allowing anyone else down there," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced efficiency. Camera flashes punctuated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, a compact space akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a dull gray. The solitary chair stood anchored to the floor at the room's heart. Above it, the bare bulb cast sharp shadows, swaying gently in an invisible current. Yet it was the sequence of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images in meticulous chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks, noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the sofa. Mr. Mercer seated at the kitchen table, the children in their bedrooms. The absence of forced entry, shattered windows, or tampered locks only intensified the mystery. The security system had never been triggered. Nothing had been pilfered. Only their privacy had been invaded, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensic analysis uncovered a multitude of fingerprints, predominantly belonging to past proprietors of the abode. Records disclosed a revolving door of ownership, with 6 families relinquishing the property within the past decade, each departing after brief stays and selling at diminishing prices. None had mentioned the enigmatic basement. "We must interview every previous owner," Connors instructed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew increasingly disquieting as they retraced the property's history. Discrepancies emerged from the records, blueprints altered between sales, permits submitted and retracted, inspection reports marred by redactions. A breakthrough materialized during the interrogation of the contractor who had revamped the house 7 years earlier. His complexion paled upon glimpsing images of the basement. "That room is non-existent," he vehemently asserted, hands trembling. "I gutted every inch to its foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room save dirt and concrete." Digital forensics retrieved data from a concealed memory card within the light fixture. The evidence boards burgeoned with numerous additional images not solely of the Mercers, but of preceding families. Children slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by an unauthorized observer. The case delved into a darker realm upon the recovery of audio files stashed within a weatherproof container nestled in the basement's corner. Voice recordings from the master bedroom, kitchen, living room echoed through the unearthed files. Despite the absence of any discovered surveillance devices during the initial search, the audio's clarity hinted at sophisticated microphones secreted within the residence. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors commanded, urgency taut in her voice. "Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has surveilled these families for years." Beyond the tapestry of photographs, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passage leading to a compact monitoring hub. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations about each family that had inhabited the house. Their routines, their timetables, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored that of the property's original constructor, a man named Edward Kelvin. Reports indicated his demise during the house's construction, a fact that grew increasingly dubious as the inquiry unfolded. No official death certificate, no funeral arrangements. Edward Kelvin had vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal veered into incoherence. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurred incessantly. The concluding page bore a solitary sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny corroborated the detective's burgeoning suspicion Edward Kelvin had never vacated the structure he had erected. He had merely receded into its obscure recesses, erecting a labyrinth of observation points from which to monitor the families who believed themselves solitary inhabitants. The pursuit spanned 3 days. They unearthed him nestled within a crawl space betwixt the second-story chambers, his physique gaunt and lithe, attuned to navigating the narrow passageways he had fashioned within the walls. Blinking against the harsh flashlight beams, his eyes, unaccustomed to direct illumination, flickered. During interrogation, Kelvin discussed the families as if they were players in his private drama. He narrated their lives with the detached scrutiny of a scientist observing specimens. He had never encroached upon them, never looted from them, never directly influenced their existence. He had merely watched, recorded, documented. "They welcomed me in," he informed the investigators, his tone soft and logical. "They signed the agreements, they became mine." The psychiatric assessment ascertained Kelvin's severe delusions, wherein he perceived himself not as an intruder but as a custodian of the house. The families were fleeting guests in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercer family never returned to the premises. Following the footsteps of their predecessors, they abandoned their possessions, salvaging only what could fit into suitcases. The house languished untenanted as the judicial process unfolded. The trial unveiled the magnitude of Kelvin's surveillance grid, a network of concealed chambers accessible solely through crawl spaces, observation outposts integrated within the edifice itself, meticulously devised prior to the inaugural brick. Upon the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin remained impassive. He had already withdrawn into the recesses of his consciousness, where he could still navigate unseen through the corridors of the house that endured solely in memory. The property met its demise, its foundations excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had dwelled within, the violation persisted. They were haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had remained oblivious to, watching, listening, chronicling their most intimate moments from within the walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed instants, they found themselves glancing upward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering whether they were truly solitary now, pondering if they had ever been. Story 13. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time within the old house. Within its weathered confines rested a collection of faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from bygone days. They whispered tales of birthdays celebrated, of family gathered in love and laughter. Harmless memories, or so it seemed, until the last photograph emerged. In that final image, taken within the familiar confines of her own living room, an unsettling revelation awaited Rebecca. The family depicted on the sofa, framed by the same curtains she had chosen, bore no resemblance to her own. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a solitary figure watched in silence. A chill gripped her as she gazed upon the photograph, her fingers trembling imperceptibly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to quiver. The family in the picture, faces frozen in a mask of happiness, remained oblivious to the danger that loomed just behind them. As Rebecca descended the creaking wooden stairs, the house that had once felt vast and empty now seemed to close in around her, suffocating in its silence. Placing the image on her kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the unforgiving glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between the room in the photograph and her own surroundings was undeniable. The archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window that welcomed the morning sun all mirrored in eerie accuracy. This was her domain, yet these strangers had claimed it as their own. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that bore witness to countless investigations. His penetrating gaze swept over the photograph, absorbing every detail with meticulous precision. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the image, he turned it over, revealing a blank expanse. "What do you know of the previous occupants, the Nelsons?" His voice was a low rumble, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Rebecca confessed very little. The sale was handled through a realtor, and they had already relocated out of state. Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested, "May I borrow this? Our team may be able to shed light on the family in this photo." Thus commenced the quiet unraveling of a mystery shrouded in time. Delving into the house's history, Rebecca discovered that the Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who in turn had inherited it from the Mornos. Detective Morgan meticulously traced the lineage of former residents, sifting through property records and interviewing past neighbors to construct a timeline of occupancy. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier identified the family in the photograph as the Sutherlands. They resided there briefly before vanishing without a trace, he affirmed. Mail left unclaimed, suspicions dismissed as a mere relocation gone unannounced. The Sutherlands' disappearance unfurled a pattern. Preceding them, another family had occupied the house for precisely 1 year before evaporating into thin air, and before them yet another. 5 families, 5 years each departure cloaked in enigma, each residence ending abruptly after a year. Rebecca, a mere 4 months into her occupancy, found herself entangled in a web of vanishing families. Further exploration unearthed historical records detailing the architect who conceived the house, alongside the enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield, a shadow from the past, elusive yet unmistakable. Police archives yielded a single photograph of Whitfield, a man haunted by hollow eyes and a countenance that seemed to pierce through time. When digitally aged and matched to the figure in the Polaroid, the connection was irrefutable. But Samuel Whitfield's demise, purportedly in a construction mishap following the house's completion, remained shrouded in uncertainty. The basement beckoned, its secrets buried beneath layers of concrete. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies lurking beneath the surface, hidden whispers of the past waiting to be unearthed. As jackhammers pierced the veil of silence, a pungent odor wafted through the air, heralding the discovery lying in wait. Beneath the earth, beneath the weight of time and secrecy, they lay. The missing families preserved in eerie repose, their final moments frozen in perpetuity. Among their possessions, a camera, the very instrument that had captured the haunting Polaroid in the attic, and alongside it, a trove of photographs, each showcasing a different family enveloped in blissful ignorance, while a specter lingered in the shadows. The house metamorphosed into a crime scene, sealed off from the world outside. Rebecca's sanctuary was no more, a sanctuary tainted by the specter of the past. As investigators meticulously combed through the evidence, a hidden chamber in the attic was unveiled, a sanctuary of shadows and secrets concealed behind a facade of normalcy. Within this clandestine alcove lay a cot, a camera, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations of those who had dwelled within the house's walls. The final entry, penned a mere 3 days prior, bore a haunting message. The newcomer is different. She has uncovered my portrait too soon. I must hasten my plans. Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, guarded by the watchful eyes of law enforcement. In the dead of night, a call shattered the stillness, its breathy whispers a harbinger of unease. A click, the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera, and silence, a deafening void that echoed with the weight of impending peril. The investigation persists, an unyielding quest for truth in a realm haunted by shadows and whispers. The house stands as a sentinel of secrets, its windows veiled in darkness, its corridors echoing with the specter of Samuel Whitfield, a phantom of the past, a phantom of the present. Samuel Whitfield, if that was his true name, remains an enigma, an entity lost to time, a phantom who once roamed the halls of the house that now stands in silent condemnation. Some assert his demise long past, while others whisper of his spectral presence, lingering on in the unseen corners of a world veiled in mystery. And in the hushed confines of a dimly lit room, photographs unfurl the faces of new families, new homes, new watchmen in the shadows. Amidst the stillness, a singular certainty emerges. The seekers of truth now find themselves ensnared in the gaze of the unseen, their fates entwined with the enigma of the man in the photograph. Story 14. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system emitted groans that echoed through the corridors. The pipes rumbled like a distant thunderstorm. It was all part of the building's character, or so they believed. But then she heard it, a voice, barely audible yet unmistakable, drifting through the rusty vents like a ghostly breath. It wasn't the usual background noise of daily life. It was a whisper calling out to her, beckoning her closer. She hesitated, her heart quickening as she leaned in, pressing her ear against the metal grate. A chill brushed past her cheek, followed by a soft, almost teasing voice, "I know you're listening." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the midst of the abandoned apartment, a shroud of mystery enveloping the scene. Her eyes fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. Around her, the forensics team meticulously cataloged every detail, their cameras capturing the eerie atmosphere. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a peculiar scent caught the attention of the building manager. What they uncovered within the ventilation system was beyond rational explanation. Reports of voices heard through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. The management brushed off her concerns, attributing it to the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches around its edges. These marks weren't made by any tool, she whispered to herself. The desperation in those gouges hinted at a frantic attempt to escape from within. Alina had been a beloved figure, a teacher whose absence cast a shadow over her classroom. Her students crafted cards, her sister filed a missing persons report, and whispers of her paranoia leading up to her disappearance only deepened the mystery. She was convinced someone was watching, speaking to her through the vents, her sister tremblingly revealed during questioning. Shaw surveyed the apartment with a newfound perspective, noticing subtle clues that painted a chilling picture of someone's intimate intrusion into Alina's life. As the investigation unfolded, unsettling revelations came to light. Fibers entangled in the vent matched Alina's clothing. An unidentified fingerprint lingered on the vent cover's interior, and haunting audio recordings on her phone unveiled a sinister presence lurking within the building's walls. Background research on the apartment's history unearthed a disturbing pattern. Previous tenants had fled, citing strange noises and hallucinations of voices emanating from the structure itself. And then there was Harold Weber, the enigmatic building superintendent whose calm facade cracked under Shaw's scrutiny, hinting at a deeper connection to the apartment's unsettling past. A breakthrough came when a concealed access panel in Aliner's bathroom revealed a hidden passageway running through the walls, a clandestine route for someone to traverse the building's inner workings unnoticed. Inside this secret passage lay a trove of items, remnants of a voyeur's twisted obsession with the unsuspecting occupants. The truth unraveled further as Weber's meticulously kept records exposed his chilling fixation on Aliner and others before her. His meticulous documentation, audio recordings, and voyeuristic mementos painted a portrait of a predator lurking in plain sight, cloaked in the guise of a building caretaker. Weber's arrest shed light on a dark chapter of the apartment's history, unveiling a web of manipulation, voyeurism, and unspeakable horrors. The whispers that once haunted Aliner now echoed through the courtroom as the trial unfolded with chilling precision. Despite Weber's conviction, the whispers lingered, weaving their way through the vacant halls of the apartment building. New residents came and went, unaware of the unsettling legacy that permeated the very structure they called home. The whispers persisted, carried on the cold drafts that brushed against their skin, a reminder of the secrets buried within the walls, waiting to be heard by those who dared to listen. The apartment remained a silent witness to the chilling echoes of a past best left undisturbed. Story 15: The Tale of the Old Library Hidden Secrets. The ancient library sat silently, awaiting its fate of demolition. The workers diligently carried out their tasks, unaware of the mysteries lurking within its walls. As the final stages approached, a fortuitous stumble revealed a concealed latch on a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the shelf swung open, unveiling a passage shrouded in darkness, beckoning the curious to explore its depths. The air within the hidden chamber was heavy with the weight of time, undisturbed for decades. No furniture adorned the space except for a solitary chair at its center, firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered: "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing unease, swiftly contacted the authorities, setting in motion a sequence of events that would unravel a chilling truth veiled by shadows. Detective Morgan Walsh, with weathered experience etched into his features, arrived at the scene. His steady gaze swept over the eerie room, his flashlight piercing the darkness to reveal the unsettling message scrawled across the walls. Commanding authority, Walsh directed the officers to secure the area, preserving the enigmatic space for forensic scrutiny. Delving into the library's past unearthed a tale steeped in intrigue. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been gifted to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. A cold case shrouded in uncertainty, Rebecca's vanishing during her college years had left a void in the community. The prevailing narrative of her departure clashed with her family's steadfast belief in a darker truth concealed beneath the surface. Forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, uncovering traces of a tumultuous past. Hair and fibers embedded in the chair hinted at a struggle, while the walls whispered silent secrets through blood and skin cells intermingled with the scratches. The evidence pointed to a captive, a young woman ensnared in a web of darkness within these walls. As Walsh pieced together the puzzle, a disturbing pattern emerged. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions, casting a shadow of doubt over the Harrington family's benevolent facade. Connections surfaced, linking the installation of the secret chamber to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and patriarch of the family. Accounts from former staff members painted a portrait of Maxwell's solitary vigils in the library's forbidden section, shielded from prying eyes by his insistence on its preservation. An ominous revelation unfolded as DNA evidence bridged the gap between the hidden room and Rebecca, solidifying a harrowing truth long concealed. A search of the Harrington estate unearthed a damning journal in Maxwell's study, chronicling his descent into obsession and desperation. The final entry, a chilling testament to his dark deeds, laid bare the sinister fate that befell his niece. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's facade crumbled, unveiling a tale of betrayal and tragedy. In a coastal haven, Maxwell's stoic facade shattered under the weight of guilt and remorse. His confession unveiled a tale of greed and deceit, culminating in a heinous act to safeguard his ill-gotten gains. The echoes of Rebecca's plight resonated through the hidden room as justice inexorably marched towards its long-overdue reckoning. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden chamber, the truth lay buried alongside Rebecca's remains, a poignant reminder of a life extinguished too soon. The solemn courtroom bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a bittersweet end to a saga of darkness and despair. The library, once slated for destruction, stood as a somber monument to a tragedy long concealed. Amidst the hushed whispers of the past, the community rallied to honor Rebecca's memory, offering tributes of flowers and remembrance at the library's entrance. In a poignant twist of fate, Rebecca's haunting message, etched into the walls in desperation, ensured her legacy endured, a beacon of truth and justice in a world cloaked in shadows. And as the old library stood in silent reverence, the echoes of a forgotten soul whispered through its halls, a poignant reminder that some secrets are destined to be unveiled, even in the darkest of nights. Story 16, the apartment lay silent and still for months, untouched by human presence. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, their expectations were low, perhaps just dust settling on forgotten furniture. But one door, stubborn and unyielding, captured their curiosity. A closet, locked from the inside, held its secrets tightly. With a heavy push, the landlord broke the barrier, revealing a chilling sight. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven scratches that spoke of desperation. In the dim corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of darkness, felt a shiver race down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the gore or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea of those marks a tale of confinement and fear. Forensics now, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who dutifully captured the haunting evidence. And fetch me the records of the previous tenants. The message on the phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge, shared little about the former tenant, a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. Quiet she was, no trouble, he muttered, avoiding the closet's dark entrance. Forensic analysis unraveled a grim tale hidden within the scratches. Blood samples embedded in the wood spoke of struggle. Most matched a single source presumed to be Emma Caldwell, a missing woman of 28, reported absent from her job. But two DNA profiles emerged, one unclaimed and the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for years. Shaw's brow furrowed at the revelation. Derek Mercer, presumed dead in a tragic accident, now left his mark within the closet's confines. Emma's apartment whispered of an interrupted existence, a life paused. Unanswered mail, a solitary mug in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records unveiled a mystery. Regular calls to her sister abruptly ceased, replaced by a flurry of unknown callers. A boyfriend, intense and elusive, Reed reported, shedding light on Emma's cryptic mentions. Surveillance footage painted a chilling picture, a mysterious figure trailing Emma into her sanctuary, concealed beneath a cap's shadow. The pieces aligned when fingerprints tied Mercer to the closet's secrets. He faked his demise, Shaw concluded, her mind racing with questions of motive and connection. The unknown DNA strand led to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years prior. A glimpse of hope emerged from the shadows as Shaw traced a web connecting Emma, Lynette, and Mercer. Mercer's mother's car, spotted near Emma's abode, hinted at his presence. The investigation's trail wound to a secluded estate owned by Mercer's kin, where they unearthed Lynette alive yet broken, a prisoner in a sinister echo of Emma's ordeal. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant, "to learn the fate of those who try to flee." Evidence piled up, painting Mercer as a puppeteer of pain, journals of control, snapshots of his victims, and damning footage of Emma's torment. The manhunt expanded, a chilling profile emerging of a man who savored the slow decay of hope in confined spaces. Mercer's capture at a bus terminal marked a pivotal moment, his bag concealing tools of torment and a chilling reminder of Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer's demeanor remained eerily serene, his words a twisted dance of manipulation. "She sent that message herself," he claimed, dismissing Emma's final plea for help. The trial peeled back the layers of Mercer's deception, exposing a web of deceit spun over years. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her essence trapped within the walls that bore her final struggle. The phone's message, her last cry for justice, a silent witness to her unheeded plea. The jury's swift verdict sealed Mercer's fate, his smile a cryptic response to a world that failed to comprehend him. As Lynette faced her captor in court, her words rang clear. "He thrived in darkness, but I stand in the light." The case reshaped investigative tactics, honing in on relationship dynamics and property ties. Detective Shaw, keeper of secrets, preserved the closet door as a grim reminder that survival isn't always measured in blood, but in the silent screams etched into the wood. Story 17. Once upon a time, a mysterious package arrived in the mail of a homeowner. Wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, it held a single brass key, weathered by time. Though unfamiliar to her, there was a strange sense of recognition about it. She tried the key in every lock she owned, but none would turn. It did not belong to her. Setting it down on the coffee table, an old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed a hollow note, despite being silent for years. Sarah Miller, the homeowner, reported this odd incident to the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel into a chilling criminal investigation like no other in the quiet suburban neighborhood. The responding officer initially brushed off her concerns, suggesting the key might have been a simple mistake, but Sarah's intuition whispered darker truths, urging her to push for further investigation. Reluctantly, the officer took the key as evidence, placing it in a small bag that would later become a focal point in a sprawling inquiry. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, received the case file during the morning briefing. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet unsettling in its silent presence. Background checks on Sarah revealed no hint of criminal history, just a retired high school English teacher, widowed, with grown children living afar. Financial records, phone logs, and social media offered no clues to her innocence being marred. The forensic team found only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, and the generic postmark on the envelope led to a dead end. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon ran the key's unique pattern through the department database. A cold case from years past matched the key linked to a storage unit where disturbing evidence of violence against women had been found. The original investigation had hit a dead end, lacking the evidence to unmask the perpetrator. As Harmon delved deeper into the case, he uncovered a chilling connection to a former neighbor of Sarah's, Harold Jenkins. A substitute teacher with a shadowed past, Jenkins had left the area years ago, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The search for Jenkins intensified as a macabre puzzle began to take shape. The horror escalated when investigators discovered a hidden room beneath a cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Rows of brass keys, each engraved with a name and date, hinted at a trail of unspeakable crimes. Human remains unearthed behind the cabin painted a grim picture of lives lost and forgotten. Sarah, now living under constant protection, found herself at the center of a nationwide manhunt for Jenkins, dubbed the Keymaster by the media. The hunt led to a remote wilderness where Jenkins made his last stand, ending his own life rather than facing justice. In the aftermath, a journal left behind by Jenkins revealed his twisted obsession with Sarah and his heinous acts. The investigation uncovered 32 victims, their stories finally brought to light after years of mystery and pain. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, never returned home, haunted by the darkness that had lurked so close to her. As researchers delved into Jenkins' psyche, seeking to prevent such horrors in the future, a collection of brass keys sat in an evidence locker, a silent testament to the lives lost and the truth behind the facade of normalcy. And so, the story of the mysterious key and the sinister secrets it unlocked faded into whispers, a cautionary tale of the hidden darkness that can dwell among us, waiting to be revealed. Story 18. The old wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under Sarah's weight, catching her attention with a soft creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges, sensing the hidden gap beneath her feet. The floor was not as solid as it seemed. It held secrets beneath its surface. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that lay hidden beneath her newly acquired home. As Sarah peered into the shadows below, Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind her, observing the mix of fear and curiosity in Sarah's eyes. It was more than just a hidden room they had uncovered. It was a violation of sanctuary, an intrusion of darkness into what should have been a fresh beginning for Sarah. "Please do not touch anything else." Detective Reed's voice was steady, commanding. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam of light into the concealed chamber, revealing walls adorned with surveillance photos of Sarah's every move. A shrine of obsession meticulously crafted by someone who had been watching her every step. The small cottage had been purchased from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, who had passed away with no known relatives. The property had sat empty for months before Sarah made it her own. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and potential, with no mention of the hidden horrors lurking beneath. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspectors said." Crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors as they set to work documenting every detail of the hidden chamber. They carefully extracted a mattress, a chair, and a tattered notebook filled with Sarah's name written repeatedly on its pages. Forensic analysis revealed that every fingerprint found belonged to Walter Green, deepening the mystery of his obsession. The investigators uncovered a timeline that chilled them to the core. Walter had been watching Sarah for years before his death, blending into her world unnoticed. He had been a ghost in her life, present yet unseen, planning something more sinister in the hidden room beneath the floor. During the course of her investigation, Detective Reed stumbled upon a key piece of the puzzle when she interviewed Walter's former co-worker, who nervously revealed the extent of Walter's fixation on Sarah. It was more than a crush, it was an unsettling belief that she belonged to him. A key found in Walter's workplace locker led them to a storage unit meticulously arranged to mimic Sarah's old apartment, down to the smallest details. A calendar marked with a date signifying a twisted notion of togetherness sent shivers down the spines of those involved in the case. Walter's troubled past with erotomania, a delusion of unrequited love, painted a grim picture of his descent into obsession. His fixation on Sarah had been a time bomb waiting to explode, triggered by a chance encounter that had set his twisted plans in motion. As Sarah made the difficult decision to sell the house and start anew, she couldn't shake the chilling thought of what might have been if she hadn't discovered the hidden chamber. The close call with a man consumed by delusion haunted her, leaving her with a newfound sense of vulnerability. The case was closed after Walter's death, but the echoes of his obsession lingered in the minds of those involved. Sarah moved away, seeking solace in anonymity, while Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian against the shadows of the past. The small cottage found new owners, oblivious to the dark secrets buried beneath its floorboards. The hidden room was sealed, the floorboards replaced, but the memory of what lay beneath remained a cautionary tale of unseen dangers and the fragile line between safety and darkness. Story 19, in the midst of faded memories and forgotten celebrations, a chilling presence lurked within the confines of old Polaroids. Sarah Winters, tasked with sifting through her mother's attic treasures, stumbled upon a collection of photographs that whispered of a dark secret. Each snapshot seemed innocent at first glance, capturing the essence of family gatherings and joyous occasions. However, a sinister truth gradually unveiled itself as Sarah delved deeper into the past. Amidst the smiling faces and flickering candles, a figure lingered in the background, shrouded in mystery and darkness. A man unknown to the family, yet ever so present in each photograph, drawing closer with every captured moment. His presence was unsettling, a silent observer standing just beyond the glow of celebration. The first photo revealed him as a mere silhouette on the periphery, a subtle hint of his existence during a childhood birthday party. With each subsequent image, he crept closer, his form manifesting behind unsuspecting relatives, unnoticed by all except Sarah. The discovery sent shivers down her spine, prompting a call to her father in search of answers. Confusion and unease clouded their conversation as her father denied the presence of any stranger in the photos. Detective Marcus Reed was summoned, his seasoned eyes studying the eerie progression of the mysterious figure through the captured memories. Raindrops danced against the windows as the detective meticulously examined the evidence, his curiosity piqued by the inexplicable intruder. As Sarah laid out the photographs before him, a sense of foreboding settled within the room. The figure's gradual advancement towards the children, culminating in a haunting proximity to her past self, painted a chilling picture of malevolence. Despite speculations of the photographer's involvement, the truth proved far more sinister. Further investigation uncovered a connection to a long-forgotten case of child abductions, linked to a vanished maintenance worker named Robert Keller. His presence in the shadows of the family photos hinted at a dark past, concealed beneath layers of time and deception. Dental records and technological enhancements unveiled his identity, unraveling a web of horrors that spanned decades. The revelation of Keller's malevolent presence in the past gatherings sent shockwaves through the community, shedding light on unsolved mysteries and bringing closure to grieving families. The buried secrets resurfaced, buried beneath layers of concrete and deceit, exposing the hidden truths that had eluded justice for far too long. Sarah sat in solitude, grappling with the weight of uncovered horrors, her world forever changed by the shadows of the past. The figure in the photographs, once a ghostly presence in frozen moments of time, now stood exposed to the harsh light of accountability. The box of memories held not just photographs, but a chilling reminder that some threats remain unseen, lurking within the confines of captured moments, waiting to be unveiled in the passage of time. Story 20. As she crossed the threshold, dust danced in the still air of the abandoned house, swirling like lost memories. The once grand Victorian stood frozen in time, its peeling walls whispering tales of forgotten days, its furniture cloaked in ghostly sheets. Every room she entered felt familiar yet strange, a maze of echoes and shadows leading nowhere but back to the parlor. Each door she opened, each handle she turned, only guided her back to where she began. A peculiar enchantment held her captive in this timeless realm, the only escape route vanishing behind her as she turned to flee. The body of Morgan Pierce, discovered in that desolate Victorian, turned the once curious house into a scene of mystery and tragedy. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, a silent witness to the spectral dance of forensic technicians moving through the dim interior. The house, whispered about in hushed tones by locals for its uncanny reputation, now harbored secrets darker than any whispered legend. The medical examiner's soft voice broke the eerie silence, revealing that Morgan had met her end 3 days prior, a victim of asphyxiation. Seated in the parlor, her peaceful visage seemed to await a long-lost guest, hands folded with tranquil grace. No signs of struggle marred the scene, no hint of a battle fought in the stillness that clung to the air like a shroud. Questions lingered in the shadows, waiting to be unveiled. Who had stumbled upon the silent figure in the parlor? A real estate agent, showing the property to potential buyers, had unwittingly stumbled upon the haunting tableau, mistaking Morgan for a trespasser until closer inspection revealed the truth. Morgan Pierce, a young graduate student with a thirst for unraveling architectural enigmas, had been drawn to the Victorian's enigmatic embrace. Her journal entries whispered of strange acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors that defied logic by leading to new realms with each opening. Her final musings spoke of bringing specialized tools to capture the elusive, spatial inconsistencies, tools that had vanished into the ether. A rare alkaloid, a whisper of ancient rituals, lingered in Morgan's veins, a puzzle piece that defied easy explanation. Her boyfriend vouched for her dedication to research, denying any dalliance with recreational substances. Deleted messages hinted at a mysterious connection, a shared bond with someone who saw beyond the house's deceptive facade. Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history, emerged as a figure shrouded in shadows of his own. His knowledge of spatial anomalies had drawn Morgan like a moth to flame, their relationship blossoming into uncharted territories. Yet an alibi shielded him from suspicion, placing him miles away at a symposium when tragedy struck. A revelation from a distant grandson unmasked the house's darkest secret, the Blackwood family's legacy of unexplained deaths within its walls. Dubbed the Claiming, these eerie passings shared a common thread of peace and finality, as if the house itself cradled its victims in eternal repose. A hidden chamber, a shrine to forgotten gods, lay concealed behind the parlor's hearth, a trove of artifacts hinting at ancient rituals and forgotten truths. The deity of liminal spaces, guardian of thresholds between worlds, gazed serenely from its pedestal, its secrets intertwined with Morgan's fate. Dust whispered of another presence, unseen yet palpable, haunting the corridors of the abandoned house. The fingerprints of a phantom lingered on doorknobs, a spectral echo of a presence long gone. And when Adam Reeves met his end in a manner mirroring Morgan's, the final puzzle piece fell into place, a key to unlock the mysteries of the house, a key clutched in a lifeless hand. In his parting words, Reeves spoke of perceptions twisted, of truths obscured by the house's malevolent charm. A house that ensnared not the body, but the mind, weaving illusions that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. The truth lay veiled in shadows, a riddle waiting to be deciphered by those brave enough to peer into the abyss. The case, shrouded in whispers and shadows, remained unsolved, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the spaces between worlds. The condemned Victorian stood as a silent sentinel, its secrets buried deep within its walls, a testament to the enigma of a house where every door led back to the beginning. Whispers still lingered in the night, of lights flickering in the darkness, of lost souls wandering the halls in search of an exit that eluded them. Some whispered of a curse that claimed those who delved too deep, while others spoke of a truth so profound it transcended mortal understanding. In the twilight realm of the abandoned Victorian, the line between reality and illusion blurred, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed in the realm of dreams. Story 21, the hotel appeared worn, a relic of forgotten times, a transient haven for weary travelers. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the last door on the left," his words barely audible. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity. That evening, navigating the shadowy corridor, she paused by the ominous door. The metal handle chilled her hand, the door indistinguishable from its neighbors until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed yawned as she slipped under the yellow tape blocking the crime scene entrance. The metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a familiar scent. Stains marred the carpet, turning its pattern nearly black. The room held stark contradictions, a pristine bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and the grim sight between them. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden hair splayed around her like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upward, frozen in a haunting expression. Reed knelt beside her, careful not to disturb the evidence markers scattered around. "The third one this season," the forensic expert remarked, his tone devoid of emotion as he documented the scene. "Same as the others," Reed nodded solemnly. The victim, elegantly dressed, seemed out of place in the shabby motel. A designer handbag lay open on the nightstand, its contents untouched. This was not a crime of theft. A deeper motive lurked behind this brutality. The hotel manager lingered anxiously by the threshold, his complexion pallid. "She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during cleaning." Reed surveyed the room again. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant willingly or known them beforehand. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board. 3 women strikingly similar, all found in rundown motels. Speculations of a serial offender circulated as the media stirred. "Autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Manual strangulation, no DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, not a random act. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage yielded no leads. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, a meticulous financial analyst, had no known enemies. Her friends portrayed her as cautious, meticulous, a woman unlikely to choose such lodging willingly. A breakthrough occurred during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace. The sister divulged, hands trembling, secretive about it. "I think he was married," Reed lined in. "Did she mention a name?" "Just C," the sister replied. The focus shifted to Werner's office. Colleagues described her as reserved, dedicated. None were aware of any relationship. Yet in Werner's desk, Reed discovered a business card tucked away. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson appeared composed during questioning, concerned, cooperative, keeping a distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his wife and friends, but a flicker in his eyes unsettled Reed. "Did you know Elaine Werner beyond work?" she inquired casually. A fleeting expression crossed Emerson's face. "Only professionally." Forensics matched partial prints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. His facade crumbled when confronted. "We were involved," he confessed, "but it ended. She threatened to expose me." "Enough to kill her?" Reed probed. Emerson's demeanor hardened. "I never set foot in that motel, yet records revealed otherwise. A corporate card transaction for the adjacent room. A hidden camera in the neighboring wall vent, fibers from his suit on the victim, his DNA on a glass." In the interrogation room, Emerson finally broke. "They were jeopardizing everything," he whispered. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was swift, captivating. 3 families sought closure as justice unfolded in the stark courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, a facade he donned even in his downfall. Life imprisonment was his sentence. As he was led away, Reed caught his gaze. Briefly, she glimpsed a void behind his eyes, not compassion, but its absence. A chilling emptiness where empathy should reside. Dubbed the door on the left case, psychologists analyzed Emerson's psyche. True crime enthusiasts pored over details. But for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the secrets they harbored. In the evidence vault, 3 identical keys lay tagged and archived, a somber reminder that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut. Story 22. The quaint costume shop on the verge of closure was in the midst of a clearance sale, bidding farewell to its old inventory. Amidst the dimly lit aisles, a woman discovered a peculiar mask tucked away on a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held an unsettling lifelike quality that seemed to stir something deep within her. As she approached the counter to make her purchase, the cashier hesitated, a shadow of unease crossing his face. "That's not ours," he muttered under his breath, his eyes flickering with a hint of fear. Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, only to find none attached to the mysterious mask. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home, unaware of the eerie presence she was inviting into her life. That fateful night, the woman, known as Catherine Reed, was abruptly awakened by a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she scanned the room, her gaze settling on the nightstand. There, bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through the curtains, sat the mask she had purchased earlier, now turned towards her with an unsettling intensity. A shiver ran down her spine, a sense of foreboding creeping into her thoughts. The following morning, Catherine's neighbor made a grim discovery. The front door of her house stood ajar, inviting in the gentle morning light that illuminated the otherwise somber interior. Expecting a routine book return, the neighbor instead stumbled upon a scene that would forever haunt the minds of those who bore witness. Catherine Reed lay lifeless on her bedroom floor, the enigmatic mask nowhere to be found, adding a layer of mystery to an already perplexing tragedy. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence a beacon of authority amidst the palpable air of unease. As forensics meticulously documented the room, the rhythmic clicks of the shutters served as a haunting backdrop to the whispered exchanges among the investigators. "No signs of forced entry," noted one officer, his pen hovering over the notepad as he recorded his observations. The detective's keen eyes swept across the room, absorbing every detail with a practiced precision. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, mundane yet somehow significant in the silent narrative of Catherine's final moments. The medical examiner, a figure of solemnity, bent over the body, his expression grave as he conducted his initial examination. "Cause of death unclear at first glance," he murmured, his voice a solemn echo in the room. "No outward signs of trauma, no indications of a struggle." He gestured towards Catherine's face, frozen in a mask of terror. "The fear etched into her features is unmistakable," he added, his words hanging heavy in the air. The detective knelt beside the lifeless form, her voice barely above a whisper as she voiced her chilling realization. Something terrified her to the point of death, she mused, her mind already piecing together fragments of a puzzle that seemed to defy logic and reason. Catherine Reed, known in her circles as an astute art appraiser with an unerring eye for authenticity, led a quiet life punctuated by her passion for her work. Colleagues spoke of her with reverence, praising her meticulous nature and her uncanny ability to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. She had a gift for spotting inconsistencies, remarked her boss during the investigative interviews, a note of sadness tinging his voice. Intrigued by the enigmatic circumstances surrounding Catherine's demise, the detective delved deeper into the case, uncovering a trail of unsettling revelations. Security footage from the now-deserted costume shop unveiled a perplexing interaction between the cashier and the mysterious mask. The cashier's perplexed reaction, coupled with the owner's disavowal of the mask's origins, added another layer of intrigue to an already baffling mystery. A visit to the shop owner shed light on the mask's ominous provenance. Fidgeting nervously, the owner recounted how the mask had surfaced during a clearance sale, its origins shrouded in mystery. "It appeared out of nowhere, not part of our inventory," he confessed, his voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. Pressed for further details, he reluctantly shared stories of inexplicable occurrences tied to items acquired from the estate sale of a deceased collector, hinting at a dark undercurrent that seemed to permeate the mask's history. The breakthrough in the case came in the form of microscopic fibers discovered on Catherine's fingertips by the diligent forensics team. "She was clutching onto something," explained the lab technician, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "These fibers, unlike any modern material, appear to be a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance that eludes identification in existing databases." As the investigation unfolded, a chilling pattern emerged, linking Catherine's tragic fate to a series of similar deaths spanning decades. Each victim had come into possession of an uncanny mask shortly before their demise, each bearing the unmistakable stamp of terror in their final moments. Yet the cases remained shrouded in ambiguity, their resolutions slipping through the grasp of those who sought answers. A retired detective, a veteran of one such elusive case, agreed to a clandestine meeting with Detective Morgan. In the dimly lit confines of a secluded room, he passed on a weathered file, its pages yellowed with age. "We uncovered inscriptions inside each mask, hidden behind the lining," he confided, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Ancient symbols, believed to be linked to a ritual of soul transference," he added, his words heavy with the weight of centuries-old secrets. The turning point in the investigation came with the unexpected discovery of a journal concealed within Catherine's apartment, its pages bearing witness to her descent into a realm of terror and intrigue. In her final entry, penned with a fervor born of desperation, Catherine detailed her growing sense of unease, her haunting encounters with a malevolent presence lurking within the shadows of her home. Her research into the mask's origins, spurred by the cashier's cryptic reaction, unraveled a sinister connection to a series of unsolved deaths, each marked by the mask's insidious legacy. "The mask moves," she had scrawled in a frenzy of fear, her words a stark testament to the encroaching darkness that had enveloped her. It watches me as I slumber, its markings mirroring those of past victims. The collector, its previous owner, met the same grim fate. Each mask claims a life before seeking a new host, perpetuating a cycle of dread and despair that spans generations. Armed with the harrowing revelations gleaned from Catherine's journal, the detective pieced together the fragments of a macabre puzzle, each detail adding a layer of horror to an already chilling narrative. The medical examiner, after exhaustive analysis, pinpointed the cause of Catherine's demise: cardiac arrest induced by an overwhelming surge of fear. What unspeakable terror could evoke such a visceral response, halting a heart in its final beats? The investigation took a sinister turn when surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor's camera unveiled a startling revelation overlooked by the initial sweep of the crime scene. A figure, shrouded in darkness, emerged from Catherine's residence, the eerie silhouette adorned with a mask that bore a haunting resemblance to the one that had vanished from her side. The figure moved with a disturbing familiarity, echoing Catherine's gait yet devoid of the essence that defined her humanity, a puppet animated by unseen hands. A citywide alert was issued for the missing mask, a harbinger of dread that had slipped through the cracks of the investigation, eluding capture in its relentless pursuit of a new host. Months passed, the case slipping into the annals of unsolved mysteries, until whispers reached the ears of investigators regarding a peculiar mask surfacing in a distant vintage shop. By the time authorities arrived, the mask had exchanged hands, its new owner a ghostly enigma devoid of a paper trail. The enigma surrounding Catherine Reed's tragic demise lingers, a spectral presence that defies conventional explanation. The detective, haunted by the weight of unresolved secrets, keeps Catherine's journal close at hand, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface of the mundane. In the stillness of the night, she startles awake, a sense of being watched casting a shadow over her thoughts. She secures her windows and bolts her doors, a silent vow to ward off the unseen malevolence that prowls in the shadows, waiting for its next unwitting victim. The mask, a vessel of ancient malice, bides its time in the shadows, a silent sentinel awaiting the moment of its resurgence. And when it emerges once more, another soul will awaken to the soft rustle of movement in the night, only to find empty eye sockets fixed upon them, a chilling harbinger of the darkness that seeks to claim what lies beyond mortal sight. Story 23. They stumbled upon it in the attic, concealed beneath a worn-out blanket. A porcelain doll, fragile and aged, with its vivid blue eyes painted wide open, never blinking. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, had never laid eyes on it before. They dismissed it with a chuckle, a mere forgotten relic. Yet that night, as they settled under the covers, a sense of unease crept in. The air seemed denser, the silence lingering. And come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, now perched at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house they acquired at an auction, all enchanted by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure, despite whispers of its troubled past. Little did they know they were about to become entwined in its history. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned on a crisp autumn day. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body contorted in an unnatural stance, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide with terror etched on her face. Her male counterpart was discovered in the hallway, seemingly in a desperate bid to flee. The scene was pristine, no forced entry, no signs of a struggle beyond the final moments. "The positioning is intentional," Detective Winters murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she recorded her observations. The female victim seemed staged, like a doll plucked from a display. The investigation commenced with detailed interviews of neighbors. An elderly lady recalled glimpsing a shadow flitting behind an upstairs window during the couple's work hours. Another spoke of hearing childlike laughter emanating from the vacant house in the dead of night. Each tale added another layer of disquiet to the burgeoning case. Microscopic fibers akin to those found in antique doll attire, vintage cotton and silk were discovered throughout the house, predominantly around the victims and the attic. More unnerving was the absence of fingerprints besides the victims, no foreign DNA, no footprints in the displaced dust. "It's as though the perpetrator was never physically present," remarked the lead forensic analyst. Delving into the property's history, a pattern emerged. 3 previous owners had met mysterious demises over 6 decades, each case unsolved, each riddled with peculiarities. A family had stumbled upon antique toys in freshly tidied rooms, while another had documented phantom footsteps in their empty abode. A newspaper clipping from long ago caught Detective Winter's attention. A famed doll maker and his daughter had once inhabited the house. The daughter's demise was shrouded in suspicion, the father questioned but never charged. Before his own tragic end, he crafted one final doll, a replica of his daughter, flawless in design. Sarah and Michael had commenced attic renovations just prior to their deaths, intending to convert the space into a home office. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of old photographs concealed beneath the attic floorboards. Amongst the images of the dollmaker's collection, one doll stood out, the very same discovered by Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled chilling evidence: minuscule handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, alongside an enigmatic residue of porcelain dust mingled with unidentifiable organic matter. A distant relative of the dollmaker revealed esoteric family lore. Rumors abounded of the dollmaker infusing his creations with unconventional materials and techniques, purportedly incorporating human elements to breathe life into them. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, secrets gleaned from foreign travels. The investigation hit a standstill post-revelation. No suspects, no plausible explanations. The case lingered, growing cold. Detective Winters, opting to retain the doll as evidence, secured it in a locked cabinet at the station. The following morning, her office was discovered ajar, the cabinet empty. Detective Winters sat at her desk, bewildered, with no recollection of the night prior. The security footage showed naught but static during the unaccounted hours. The house was auctioned once more, its dark past driving down its value despite its architectural grandeur. The new owners found the attic devoid of all save for a neatly folded, tattered blanket in the corner. The doll remained elusive, and Sarah and Michael's deaths joined the roster of unsolved cases whispered about in the precinct. Detective Winters retired prematurely, citing personal motives. On her final day, she retrieved a photograph of the dollmaker and his collection from her personal files, sealing it in an envelope marked "Never Open," safeguarding it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, choosing to leave the attic undisturbed. Yet on tranquil nights, neighbors swore to glimpses of a faint shadow behind the attic window, coupled with the soft laughter of a child drifting in the air. Story 24. In a realm of quiet streets and tranquil mornings, a mysterious parcel appeared on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address adorned the box, no tracking number to trace its origin. Just a simple cardboard container kissed by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. The name, Daniel Whitaker, a stranger in her world. She hesitated, a fleeting moment of uncertainty clouding her thoughts. To ignore it would have been simple, to leave it where it lay undisturbed. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper in the dark, beckoned her closer. With gentle hands, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane contents nestled within. Instead, a relic of the past greeted her curious gaze, a lone VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing only 2 words, "Watch alone." Sarah found herself holding the weight of the world in her hands, the plastic cassette seeming heavier than mere memories. Her fingertips traced the familiar edges, the worn casing a map of forgotten stories. The note, hastily written, bore the imprint of urgency, as if the sender's message could not wait. The world outside her home carried on its daily rhythm, unaware of the enigma now resting in her possession. Braving the unknown, Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter with cautious reverence. The incongruity of the situation gnawed at her thoughts. Daniel Whitaker, no one she knew, no one she had ever heard of. The previous occupants of her home, the Johnsons, their memory fading like echoes in the wind. Yet a pull, a whisper of destiny urged her on as she glanced at the relic of bygone days, the VCR, a relic of nostalgia in simpler times. Against the protests of reason, she inserted the tape, the screen crackling to life with static before revealing a dimly lit room, a solitary figure seated in shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice a haunting melody in the stillness. "If you're watching this, they have found you, and they will find me as well." His words pierced the silence, revealing a tale of innocence lost to shadows. The room, sparse and transient, bore witness to a man on the run, a man framed by unseen hands for a crime he did not commit. The truth, a fragile thread in a tapestry of lies. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit, the tapes a cryptic puzzle with no clear solution. Daniel Whitaker, a ghost in the machine, a suspect in a murder that bore the mark of conspiracy. The case, once straightforward, now twisted and convoluted, like a labyrinth with no end in sight. As Ramirez delved deeper, a revelation unfurled the victim, Catherine Walsh, a whistleblower against a pharmaceutical giant, a woman silenced for seeking the truth. The pieces of the puzzle, once scattered, began to align, painting a portrait of corruption and greed. The tape, a beacon in the darkness, a plea for justice in a world shrouded in shadows. Sarah Miller's world shifted with the arrival of a second package, a trove of secrets hidden in plain sight. Documents, evidence of a cover-up, a conspiracy that spanned beyond the confines of her quiet neighborhood. The truth, a fragile flame in the storm, flickering with the promise of redemption. With each revelation, Ramirez and Sarah unraveled the threads of deception, following the breadcrumbs left by a man wronged by fate. The truth, a blade cutting through the darkness, exposing the tendrils of a conspiracy that reached far and wide. In the end, justice prevailed, not with a bang but with a whisper. The guilty unmasked, their deeds laid bare for all to see. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a storm that threatened to consume him. Sarah, a witness to the unraveling of lies, stood by his side, a silent testament to the power of truth in a world of shadows. The VHS tapes, relics of a bygone era, now lay in evidence, a reminder that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for a soul brave enough to seek it. And in the quiet of the night, as the world slumbered, Sarah Miller found solace in the knowledge that sometimes the wrong address leads to the right path. Story 25. She wiped away the steam from the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal, her features familiar, her attire unchanged. Yet a subtle unease crept into her mind, a flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that didn't belong to her. When she turned away, her reflection remained unmoving, watching. This was the moment that marked the beginning of Rebecca Thorne's unsettling journey. What unfolded would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Living in solitude within a modest apartment in a serene suburban setting, Rebecca was known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor. Her life revolved around her work as a data analyst at a mid-sized company, a realm of routines and precision. There was nothing about her that hinted at her future role as the centerpiece of a perplexing criminal enigma. The initial signs were subtle. Objects in her home began to shift inexplicably, nothing missing, just displaced. A mug on a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent immersed in work, staring at screens until reality blurred. Detective Marion Shaw first heard of these disturbances when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of unsettling occurrences, finally sought help from the authorities. Initially deemed non-criminal, the incidents were perceived as potential indicators of mental health concerns rather than criminal activities. Shaw noted the complaint but placed it among the stack of lower priority cases, lacking tangible evidence of wrongdoing. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. Rebecca recounted it vividly during her subsequent interactions with the police, how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt a constant sense of being watched. This time she presented proof. Footage from a security camera she had installed aimed at her front door. The footage revealed a chilling reality that sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video captured Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, only to show an identical figure entering the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved and dressed exactly like Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet, according to time-stamped records from her workplace, Rebecca had already checked in at her office across town. "We're dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with eerie precision." The investigation ramped up as fingerprints throughout the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, with no foreign DNA traces found. Neighbors reported no unusual activities, only observing Rebecca's regular comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where Rebecca returned home but did not acknowledge her, a departure from her usual behavior. Rebecca started documenting these disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanished from her fridge. Unexplained internet searches appeared on her computer, and unsettling selfies surfaced on her phone, resembling her but with subtle discrepancies that sent a shiver down her spine. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," she confided in Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to make me believe so." The breakthrough came when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated Rebecca's space during her scheduled absences, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone has an intimate knowledge of your routine," Shaw explained. "This isn't random, it's a targeted surveillance and intrusion." A forensic psychologist theorized that they were dealing with a fixation case, a person fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, potentially aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, were documented in psychological studies, with the perpetrator often fixating on a victim who symbolized traits they desired: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation honed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, dismissed for escalating erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often remarking on their shared characteristics. Post-dismissal, she sent unsettling emails to Rebecca, hinting at a deep connection. "We could be mirror images," read one message. "Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's residence. What they uncovered turned a disconcerting case into a nightmarish ordeal. One room in Lily's apartment had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with hundreds of images of Rebecca in various settings, completely unaware of being monitored. A closet held duplicates of Rebecca's attire, while detailed notes cataloged her habits, mannerisms, and speech patterns. The most chilling find was the collection of practice videos where Lily mimicked Rebecca's every move, progressing from awkward imitations to near-perfect replicas. "She aimed to become me," a stunned Rebecca whispered upon viewing the evidence. "Not just mimic me, but erase me." Forensic experts uncovered tools for crafting keys and cloning electronic access cards. Lily had meticulously tracked Rebecca's movements, maintaining a calendar predicting her every move. Yet Lily's ultimate motive remained a mystery. Journals found in her residence contained cryptic entries, fluctuating between first and third person, blurring the lines between herself and Rebecca. The final entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will remain the stronger one." When authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her abrupt departure left behind a disheveled apartment, signaling a swift exit. A nationwide manhunt ensued, while Rebecca was relocated to a secure haven under constant surveillance. Every aspect of her former life was monitored for weeks, yet Lily never resurfaced. The case took a chilling turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being under protective custody, Rebecca was spotted entering the building. Surveillance footage confirmed the impossible. A perfect doppelganger of Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID, rifled through her desk, and pored over her files before leaving. The realization dawned on the investigators Lily hadn't fled, she had struck. Living as Rebecca, she seamlessly slipped into her victim's life while the real Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains open, with Lily Winters at large and Rebecca Thorne forging a new existence in secrecy. Detective Shaw, haunted by the case, keeps a photograph on her desk. Two women eerily similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. She scrutinizes their features, searching for the nuances that set them apart. The most chilling aspect, Shaw imparts to new recruits, is not the resemblance itself, but the desire to become someone else so intensely that the imitator erases their own identity in the process. Our identity is not just what we show, it's what we safeguard fervently, only realizing its true worth when it's under threat of theft. Story 26. The dwelling had sat abandoned for an age. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a time when the young woman vanished and silence took residence in the house. Yet as new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a room shrouded in mystery. The bedroom's door stood locked, a barrier to the unknown. With effort they breached the barrier, unveiling a realm frozen in time. The air within was thick with neglect, a testament to solitude. But amidst the stillness, something stirred unease in their hearts. The bed was immaculately made, the mirror devoid of blemish. A lone candle stood as a sentinel, its essence drained to a mere memory, its wax a frozen cascade of sorrow. Upon the desk lay a notebook, its pages adorned with fresh ink. Detective Morgan delved into the chronicles while forensic experts combed the chamber for traces of the past. The script belonged to Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of disappearance, a tale of a life interrupted. Her penmanship danced gracefully on the pages, a reflection of order disrupted only by the final passage. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink whispered. "The same specter haunts me, circling like a vulture." My pleas for aid fall on deaf ears. If fate befalls me, know it was no chance encounter. As the detective sealed the notebook in an evidence vessel, a scent lingered, a blend of dust and a subtle chemical essence, a hint of secrets veiled. The landlord loomed in the doorway, a specter of distress etched upon his pallid visage. "We scoured every nook ere listing the abode," he murmured, a tremor in his voice. "That portal was not sealed when we last trod these floors." Elise, a paralegal in the prestigious chambers of Harriman and Associates, wove a tapestry of diligence and solitude before her vanishing act. Colleagues recounted her descent into seclusion, her nocturnal vigils birthing shadows where once light dwelled. She lingered past hours, her overseer confided to the inquisitors. Whispers of irregularities in the Westridge files consumed her, numbers twisted, documents veiled in deception. Photographs of Elise adorned the investigators' tableau auburn tresses, eyes of earnest resolve behind scholarly lenses, a portrait of composure. The woman captured in stills seemed too composed to vanish, too methodical to dissolve into the ether without a trace. The chamber divulged scant clues, a void of struggle, a dearth of crimson. A snapshot frozen in time, as if Elise had merely stepped away, intent on return. The candle upon the bureau, a shroud of ebony wax, bore no scent, its warmth warping the wood beneath. "What say the findings?" Morgan inquired of the forensic custodian. Multiple imprints, aged and faded, yet the peculiarity lies in what is absent. The doorknob stripped bare of impressions, inside and out. Likewise, the window fastenings remain sterile. The searchers pried loose the baseboards, scoured behind outlets, and probed for hidden recesses. Beneath a loose floorboard near the closet, they unearthed a trove, a waterproof casket concealing a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safety deposit at Northern Trust Bank, harboring yet another flash drive and a trove of documents. The papers unveiled a web of transactions linking Westridge Pharmaceuticals to clandestine coffers tied to Harriman and Associates. Digital sleuths unearthed a trove within the drive's audio logs and spreadsheets, painting a grim portrait of deceit shrouding Westridge's flagship elixir, Neurapax. The recordings echoed Elise's voice, entwined with that of Vincent Harriman, the firm's patriarch. "These truths must not surface," Harriman's voice echoed. "The adverse effects plague near half, not the scant 4% we profess. Should this truth dawn, our legacy crumbles and Westridge's stock plummets." "People perish," Elise's retort, a blade of defiance. "The seizures unfold as foretold in the original data." "This dialogue is naught but hearsay," Harriman countered. "What is spoken within these walls remains within, for all our sakes." Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, unearthing the covert removal of Neurapax from the shelves post a spate of patient demises echoing Elise's clandestine documents. Subpoenas unveiled a thread connecting Harriman to Elise's vanishing act, a trail of industrial cleansers traced to his retreat, where traces of her essence lingered despite meticulous purging. The evidence, though circumstantial, wove a damning tapestry. The chamber's enigma endured until a tapestry of surveillance unveiled Harriman's nocturnal sojourn on the eve of Elise's disappearance. His silhouette graced the threshold, yet never departed through any visible egress. A structural savant uncovered a concealed passage within the closet, linking to subterranean arteries beneath the neighborhood's vestige. Vincent Harriman fell to justice during a tribunal, his protestations of innocence drowned by the tide of evidence. A jury's gavel sealed his fate, a conviction for the gravest of deeds, despite the absence of Elise's mortal coil. The executives embroiled in the deceit faced a reckoning of their own. The courtroom bore witness to Elise's mother, her voice a requiem for a justice long sought. My daughter's sanctum remained undisturbed, harboring the truths she sacrificed all to unveil. She never truly departed that room. Her crusade for truth endured, awaiting a seeker. The new tenants shunned the abode, leaving it a forsaken edifice once more. The walls whispered of secrets relinquished yet not erased. Locals skirted past under the shroud of night, some claiming a flicker of light in the chamber upstairs the sanctum where a maiden defied the shadows cast by men of power. Justice, a phantom visitor, found Elise Winters not in life but in the legacy she forged. The room she forsook was both her sepulchre and her testament. Story 27. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that groaned, floorboards that whispered tales of times long past. Yet the new tenant, a young woman named Sarah, sensed a strangeness in the air. The footsteps that echoed above her were too precise, too deliberate for a building where she resided on the topmost floor. Each night, those measured steps danced across the ceiling, a haunting rhythm in the darkness. One evening, emboldened by curiosity, Sarah tapped the broomstick against the ceiling. The sound ceased abruptly, swallowed by an eerie silence. Then a single knock resonated from within the very confines of the ceiling itself. A shiver crept down Sarah's spine, but she chose to keep the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the quirks of an old building settling, or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic. As the nights unfurled, the footsteps persisted, a ghostly presence tracing unseen paths above her head. Sarah adapted, raising the volume of her television, donning headphones at night, anything to drown out the haunting footfalls that lingered in the shadows. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Behind a section of dislodged drywall, a hidden passage unfurled, defying the known layout of the building. Illuminated by a flashlight's beam, the narrow space revealed a clandestine living area, a realm of discarded wrappers, water bottles, and a tainted blanket, accompanied by a small notebook. The notebook held a chilling narrative of Sarah's every move, her routines, her visitors, her meals, her moments of solitude. The meticulous records transcended into an unsettling obsession, culminating in cryptic symbols scrawled along the margins. The subject resists my influence, the final entry lamented. She dares to disregard me, none can ignore me. Forensic experts delved into the clandestine passages, unearthing fingerprints that eluded identification in any database. The labyrinthine network of tunnels snaked through the building, connecting various apartments but converging on viewing points concealed within Sarah's abode. Interviews with current residents bore little fruit, as they reported no anomalies beyond the typical noises of communal living. However, former tenants unveiled a darker narrative, whispers of being watched, inexplicable disturbances driving them to flee in silence. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis unveiled microscopic blood traces within one of the hidden chambers, matching the DNA of a long-missing resident, Martin Weaver. His abrupt disappearance had left a void in the community, his final days clouded in mystery. Detective Morris revisited Martin's vanishing, unearthing a tale of discord with a reclusive tenant named Edward who had resided above him. Edward's pattern of transient living and peculiar demands for solitude painted a portrait of a man shrouded in secrecy. The investigators' pursuit led them to a remote cabin, a macabre lair adorned with images of unsuspecting residents, intricate schematics of building structures, and journals chronicling the manipulation of his captives. The cabin bore witness to a sinister past, marked by the disappearance of 6 former residents and the desolation of lives lost to Edward's twisted obsession. As the authorities grappled with the grim discoveries, a chilling revelation emerged: a new notebook tucked away in the shadows, hinting at a fresh hideout beyond their reach and a looming encounter set for that very night. The race to locate Sarah intensified, but the apartment stood silent and abandoned, a ghostly reminder of a presence that had slipped through their grasp. The eerie message etched upon the mirror, urging her to look up, hinted at a fate veiled in uncertainty. Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, eluded capture, his legacy of hidden passages and unholy designs casting a long shadow over the community. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's plight, found himself ensnared in a web of unanswered questions, pondering the unseen forces that lurked within the walls. The tale of Sarah Coleman, lost to the whispers of the night, echoed through the corridors of time, a cautionary tale of hidden spaces and the watchful eyes that linger in the shadows. And as the darkness settled, Detective Morris found himself gazing upwards, listening to the silence, haunted by the echo of footsteps that danced above, in a realm where secrets whispered and mysteries slumbered.